Welcome to day one of the Lindsay Clancy trial. Today we will be hearing the Commonwealth and defense's opening statements. So let's get to it. Hey y'all, I'm Cameron. I am Bob and Hallie's daughter, and today you are hosted by the third best Motta. Nobody tells Scout. Apparently, though, I am the least tech-savvy Motta. My dad was giving me a refresher course on how to use YouTube, and he said that he felt that he was the young adult and that I was the middle-aged man. So bear with me today. But before we start, I do want to give myself a little bit of an introduction. I am a junior in college. I go to Columbia College in Chicago, and I am majoring in documentary film, and I plan to work in documentaries that specialize in social justice. So that being said, I am no stranger to hard conversation. And I know that today is going to be a heavy day. And I'm very grateful that my parents and that you guys are letting me host today. My parents are out of town and they'll be joining us around lunch, hopefully. At least my dad is for sure. But yeah, I'm really happy to be here. And I'm planning on relying on you guys in the chat to help me through. I did do a decent amount of studying into the case, and I do have some thoughts. I'm trying not to form a full opinion until I see some of the evidence, but my parents did want to remind everyone to be open to everyone's opinions. Everyone be respectful of each other. And yeah, today is going to be a heavy day. So feel free to step away from the trial if needed. I might need a minute to compose myself, but I'm excited. And this trial, no matter what your opinion on it, is absolutely important. So it'll be interesting to get into. It looks like we have a couple minutes. I'm going to wait to put up the, oh, here we go. They just started their live. So I'm going to get this screen shared. Again, so I'm sure that this is a surprise to some of you. My dad posted on the community page, but yeah, my parents are on a plane right now. So they wanted to do something for you guys still because it is day one of this huge trial. So I'm here with you guys today. I'm getting this screen shared now. Oh. Okay. Again, like I said, apparently the least tech savvy Motta, so give me just a second. Oh, I'm gone. I see you guys saying that my dad is the least tech-savvy Motta. It's close, apparently. I'm figuring it out. I'll get it down. But it is 8 o'clock, so I imagine they will be starting soon. I'm hoping that this audio works correctly, but they ran me through it last night, so I think that we won't be having too many problems. Well, I see my dad in the chat. Do you know how I make this overlay bigger? I'm trying to figure out, but it's not fitting perfectly. So oh. We heard something. Hopefully that means the audio is working. Hopefully you guys heard that too. Seems like they're about to start up over there. Oh, also, my parents reminded me to say, what did they remind me to say? Oh, they reminded me to say hugs to new family members. So I almost remembered, and I did remember eventually. So I did hit the 2-time boost, so we should be good in terms of audio. While we wait, I do have a couple notes, and I have I'm planning to take notes during. I'm not sure how much I'll actually pause the trial and add in commentary. Oh, here we go. But I'm planning to take notes and talk in the breaks. If something's very interesting and I have something on my mind, I'll probably pause and talk a little bit throughout. But I do have some thoughts, and I'm excited to use this as practice into what I want to do. And I think that this type of thing is something I am passionate about. So I'm excited to have some discourse with you guys, and hopefully you guys can also help me along today, whether it's, informing me something about the case that I may not know because I didn't watch all of the pretrial, or just your opinions. I'd like to kind of give you guys a little bit of the stage today, which my parents do pretty well, but I'm sure that I'll be needing your help. So it should be fun to talk to you guys. I think I just saw Spitfire in the chat saying hi. It's been a while. I've actually done one live for my parents before. It was the ASAP Rocky case, I'm pretty sure, because I was I was pretty interested in that case, and I did a couple videos for them, so they gave me the chance to get on live and talk to you guys. But that being said, you guys and my parents are a little bit more well-versed in watching and commentating trials. So I think that watching the trial, my parents, you know, they're defense attorneys, and that's the angle that they look at it as. And I think, like most of you probably, I'm going to view it as a juror. I'm going to try to be as unbiased as you can be. I think in a case like this, where the victims are so young, and when it comes to mental health, there is no easy way to go about it. And I think that's also what's interesting about this case, is that we're not seeing whether or not Lindsay Clancy actually committed these crimes, but whether she's criminally liable or criminally responsible. And I think how that plays in, seeing how our criminal justice system and mental health collide, is an interesting thing, and it's an important thing. And it's something that I do have a lot of thoughts about, but I want to try to wait to really give my thoughts about the case until we hear the Commonwealth and the defense's opening statements. And I think we're supposed to be getting a couple witnesses today too, so we should be getting a good amount of information, and I think we'll be able to see pretty immediately how the Commonwealth is going to be coming at this case. And I have an idea of where it's going to go. But both of the opening statements should be interesting. And I wasn't super, I didn't really watch the pretrial, so I did learn a little bit about the case, but this is basically me just jumping in day one and giving my 2 cents. So thank you guys again for the super nice welcome. I knew you guys would be the best, because I'm in the chat sometimes, and obviously I know how much you love my parents, so I wasn't too worried. But it looks like they are running a little bit late. But I do want to reiterate that today is going to be super heavy, and give each other grace, give yourself time if you need to take a second. I'll do the same. I said this earlier, but I just wanted to reiterate. But I'm still getting the hang of reading the chat. Music to My Soul says, I'm curious which parent you're more like. Can you please shout petitioning activity for me? I don't know how my dad does it, but hopefully that'll suffice. I would say I'm a good mix. I have Bob and Allie in me pretty deeply, which I think you'll recognize pretty quickly. Me and my dad had a conversation at length about this case, and I got to see what he was thinking, and I got to think a little bit more myself about the case. So I'm excited to talk with you guys about it, and I'm also interested to see your guys' opinions. I hope there's all different sort of opinions. I know my parents kind of stress that this isn't meant to be an echo chamber, so let's not let it be today. Um, I don't know how to pull this one up. Oh, here we go. Thank you, Hope. Family hug. It's very sweet. Seems like they are running a little bit late. Well, while we wait, I can tell you guys a little bit about some secret insiders about my parents. I think that I was first introduced to the criminal justice system when I was a kid, because there were actually a couple times that my parents took me to court with them. And most of the time I would just sit in the hall, but a couple times I got to sit in the courtroom. So, you know, having parents as lawyers is a pretty good tool into understanding. Dad says, don't be afraid of a little bit of quiet, because obviously I am. Resist Impulse says, tech wizardry mantle has been passed down. That it has. Also, to the question of how old am I mentioned right in the beginning, I gave myself a little bit of an introduction. It was pretty early, though, so people might have still been funneling in. I'm 20 years old, and I'm a junior in college. And I go to Columbia College in Chicago. They have a pretty good film program. I'm in film, and I'm majoring in writing and producing, and I'm planning to have a focus in documentary films focused on social justice. So I'm prepared to talk about today. I think it'll be good practice for me. And again, thank you guys for being so kind. Troublemaker asks for a recap on the case while we wait. So, January 24th, 2023, Lindsay Clancy strangled her 3 children while in the midst of a mental health crisis, and then jumped out of a second-story window, and she is now paralyzed. The 3 children are deceased. I believe that One passed away shortly after, and two of them in the hospital. So it's a very heavy case, as it always is with victims this age. And everything involved is difficult to talk about. And I'm sure that the trial won't be an easy watch. But it's going to be important to talk about. And Lily B says, "Hey, Cameron, you're doing great. Everyone throw their money at Cameron today. She's a starving student." Thank you. I appreciate you. I actually, the starving student part is true. On my 20th birthday, me and my friends wrote my Venmo on my car, on my car windows, so that people passing by could send me birthday money. I said, broke college student. So, very accurate statement. And I think I saw another one come through as well. Oh, I see. I'm getting the hang of the YouTube thing slowly but surely. This is the one I saw. It was from Julie, and she said, "Good morning, beautiful Cam. So glad to be with you. Hit the like and give Cam some love." Thank you, Julie. And thanks to all of you. You were very kind coming in. Got rid of some of the nervousness. So I'm excited to be here, and I'm excited to get the chance to talk to you guys. My parents have fostered this really great community, and I appreciate all of you. So I'm excited for today. And also, I don't know if my dad mentioned in his community post, but he's planning to hop on around lunch, hopefully. He's on a plane. They both are. I'm not sure if my mom is planning on hopping on, but they should be touching down right around lunch. So they're going to try their best. Yes, on a plane in the chat. My dad bought the plane Wi-Fi so that he could support me in the chat. Erica says, "What are you studying at college? Excited for you to be our host today. You're going to do great." So I'm studying film. I go to Columbia Community College, or Columbia College Chicago, and they have a good film program. And I'm doing writing and producing specifically, and I'm planning on doing documentary film work. So this year I'm planning to start interning, and I think that what I'm doing today will be great for my little portfolio I got going. But yeah, I'm very passionate about social justice, and I'm excited to get this opportunity. I think it'll be good. I will say that I am planning on doing some student films. I'm in my junior year, but I'm planning on doing, my goal is 1 student film per semester, and I'm planning on having my dad be in a couple of them. And I have some rough ideas. I don't know if my student films are going to be documentaries. I'll try to make a couple of them, but I actually had an idea to do a parody. Me and my parents watched this Hunger Games parody on YouTube, and my mom hated it, quite frankly. But I find parodies really funny, and I think that that's a good way to practice filmmaking in a lighter stage. So I think I'm planning on doing a parody and having my dad in it, and he can post it for you guys, and you can see a little bit of his acting skills. He's actually quite good. I'll have to include his, many voices, but he would make a great actor. So Nursing the Truth says, make sure Pearl Jam is your background music for your documentaries. I'm actually like the biggest Pearl Jam fan, thanks to my parents. But I'm planning on getting a tattoo of a girl in a willow tree because of the song In My Tree by Pearl Jam. So I definitely will be using some Pearl Jam for background music. I'm not sure how that works, if I'm going to have to comp them or something, I'll learn it in school. I'll figure it out. But yeah, I think that my parents doing what they do is a great entryway for me to get into what I want to do, because as some of you were saying, doing documentaries about cases that my parents are covering could be super interesting. My favorite Pearl Jam song, my dad just told me that I was sleeping on No Code. So right now I've been really into the whole No Code album. In My Tree is a big one. It like made me cry when I first listened to it. And then also Hail Hail, which is one of my dad's favorites, and I think my mom's too. Dad says we have to license the song, so that's what I'll have to do if I want to include Pearl Jam in my documentaries. Looks like they're doing some camera work here. They're a little bit late, but I imagine they'd be starting up pretty soon. A documentary on Richard Allen would be awesome. Classic overthinker. I agree. I actually thought about. Here we go. Continue to, but I'm gonna be quiet and let's get into it.
All right. Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Cotton. I thank you.
All right, counsel, good morning. Good morning. Ms. Clancy, good morning. I apologize, everybody. We had some technological problems here, but I think we're ready to go forward. Before we continue, could I see counsel at Sidebah just briefly?
Someone said, great volume. That's good, because I was concerned about that. And how do I take my coffee? I actually tend to drink coffee black, because it's healthy, but I don't drink it every day. But when I do drink it, I usually just take it black. Otherwise, when my parents run to Starbucks, I'll get like a green tea or something. But yeah. I saw someone say in the chat they're having some tech wizardry over in the courtroom, which is definitely true, but it seems like they figured it out. So we're going to be getting into it here soon. Kylie says, don't worry, we'll be way nicer than we are to your dad. Which is definitely true from what I've seen so far, because my dad was just talking about how you guys like to poke at him, all in good fun. But Montana asked if I'm a Bears fan. I am definitely a Bears fan and also a Sox fan. My dad says that we should root for the Sox and the Cubs because they're both from Chicago, but I'm a Sox fan through and through. I try to support the Cubs too. My boyfriend likes the Cubs, so I do my best. But definitely a Bears girl. The judge called a sidebar for anyone just hopping in. So Sub Rosa says, sounds like Allie, looks like Allie. So hard not to say it. I actually do appreciate it. I always tell my mom that being told I look like her is the highest form of compliment. And I tend to get it a lot more when I'm brunette, because I change my hair a lot. I think last time I talked to you guys, I was actually brunette too. But my mom's beautiful, so it's definitely a compliment. Thank you. Resist Impulse says, a boyfriend appearance later for matrimonial banter. I doubt it. He's practicing for basketball today, but I don't know if I could convince him to hop on here. But maybe I'll stick around for a little bit when my dad hops on after lunch, and we can chat a little bit between the two of us and with you guys. So we'll see. Here they go.
So we're gonna bring her in now. And then all right, counsel.
Cora, all right.
Hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw an answer to your attendance and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham. Yeah.
All right. Nice. All right. Thank you, everyone. I'm sorry, that's the technology that we have here. I apologize. Before we get going, I want to ask you just a couple of questions to make sure that everyone was able to follow my instructions from last week. And so the first question would be, has any member of the jury read, seen, or heard, or overheard anything about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? All right. All answered no in the negative. Number three, the last question I just want to ask you, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? All right, very good. Thank you again for following those instructions. And Madam Clerk?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please stand and raise your right hand. Do each of you solemnly swear that you shall well and truly try the issues between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar according to your evidence, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Members of the jury, hearken to these indictments. On docket number 2383 CR 00198, offense 001, on the charge of murder, the jurors of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on their oath present that Lindsay M. Clancy of Duxbury in the county of Plymouth, on or about January 24, 2023, at Duxbury in the county of Plymouth, did assault and beat Cora Clancy, intend to murder her, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder said Cora Clancy. On docket number 2383 CR 00198, offense 002, on the charge of murder, the jurors of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on their oath present that Lindsay M. Clancy of Duxbury in the county of Plymouth, on or about January 24, 2023, at Duxbury in the county of Plymouth, did assault and beat Dawson Clancy with intent to murder him, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder the said Dawson Clancy. On docket number 2383, CR0019, offense 003, charge of murder. The jurors for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on their oath present that Lindsay M. Clancy of Duxbury, Plymouth, on or about January 24th, 2023, at Duxbury in the county of Plymouth, did assault and beat Callan Clancy, intend to murder him, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder the said Callan Clancy. To these indictments, the defendant at the bar pleads not guilty, and for trial places herself upon the country. Which country you are. You were sworn to try the issues. If she is guilty, you shall say so. If she is not guilty, you shall say so and no more. Members of the jury, hearken to your evidence.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, members of the jury, and really, this is the first time I can technically call you members of the jury, because you don't become the jury in this case until you take that great oath that was just given. And that's an oath that has been given to jurors for hundreds of years here in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, where you've sworn to well and truly try this case. We have confidence that you're going to be able to do that. And so what I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to give what we call a pre-charge. All right, and all that really is kind of an orientation to you to the procedures that we're going to have as the case goes forward, and kind of go over some of the terminology that you might hear, to give you a little bit of an idea what some of the principles of the law are that you'll have to apply to the facts as you find them. So as we go through this, I just kind of, again, I'm going to explain it, and then after that, we're then going to go right into the opening statements of counsel. All right, so first, as you know, this is a criminal case, and the defendant was charged by the way of an indictment on 3 counts. All right, now you have to understand that an indictment is not itself any evidence of the defendant's guilt whatsoever. It's merely the formal way of accusing a person of a crime in order to bring her here to this courtroom for trial. You are not to draw any inference of guilt from the indictments or from the fact that she was indicted and formally charged. Now, in every criminal case, the defendant is presumed to be innocent unless and until she's proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The law requires the Commonwealth, that is the prosecution, to prove that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The law does not require the defendant to prove her innocence or to produce any evidence. At the end of this trial, you must find the defendant not guilty unless the Commonwealth has proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed each or any of the offenses with which she's charged. Now, I'll more formally instruct you on what reasonable doubt is later. But a charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if after you've compared and considered all the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. It's going to be your duty, the duty of the jury, to determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. And that decision has to be based only on the evidence and the law that's presented here in the courtroom during the trial of this case. Now, the defendant has been charged in 3 counts of murder. There are 2 different degrees of murder. There's murder in the first degree and murder in the second degree. If you find the defendant guilty of murder, you shall decide the degree of murder. The Commonwealth alleges that the defendant committed murder in the first degree on the following theories: murder with deliberate premeditation and or murder with extreme atrocity or cruelty. Now, to prove the defendant guilty of any crime, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was criminally responsible at the time the alleged crime was committed. The Commonwealth bears the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the crime with which she's charged, and also that the defendant is criminally responsible for her conduct. The defendant has no burden to prove a lack of criminal responsibility. Criminal responsibility is a legal term. A person is not criminally responsible for her conduct if she has a mental disease or defect, and as a result of that mental disease or defect lacks the substantial capacity either to appreciate the criminality or the wrongfulness of her conduct or to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law. Now, just so you know, at the end of this trial, I will go over all of those legal principles in much greater detail. All right, so I just kind of wanted to give you a little bit of kind of an outline of what the law is on these charges. Now, I want to go over how the trial is going to proceed. And so that as soon as I'm done giving you this kind of pre-charge, the attorneys for the Commonwealth and the defendant will have an opportunity to present their opening statements. The Commonwealth goes first. The assistant district attorney will make her opening for the Commonwealth. And after that, the defense may choose to make an opening statement at that time. They could defer to give it later in the trial, or they could just not give an opening at all. Because remember, the burden of proof is not on the defendant. All right. After the opening statements, one thing I did want to tell you, the opening statements are very important, but they are not evidence. All right. They're really, at least to call it when I was a lawyer, kind of just roadmaps. So you can kind of see where the case is going. So you can kind of see what each party's position is. All right. But they're not evidence. And it's important for you to keep that in mind. After the opening statements, the Commonwealth will then have their opportunity to introduce evidence in support of the charges. After that, the defendant may present evidence in her behalf if she wishes to, but she's not obligated to do so at all. Remember, the government, the Commonwealth, has the burden of proof, and the defendant doesn't have to produce any evidence whatsoever. Now, there also, in this case, may be some rebuttal evidence. So you may, and we'll go over that, kind of how that works in regards to the case when we get to that point. All right. Now, what is the evidence? Well, the evidence is generally from testimony. This is where the witnesses will testify from generally here. There may be some documents, there may be some videos, there may be some audios, and in addition to the evidence, we're going to take what we call a view. And a view, and I'll go over that again also a little bit later, but a view is we're just going to go to a number of spots and sites that may be relevant in this case. We're going to do that probably sometime either later this week or sometime next week. And I'll keep you advised as to that, so you can kind of check the weather and kind of how we're going to go. So that would be generally the evidence. After the evidence is done, we'll go into what they call the closing arguments of the attorneys. Again, very important, but not evidence. All right, and then after the closing arguments, I get to come talk to you again. And at that point, I give what they call the judge's charge, or just the instructions. And really what it means, I'm just going to explain to you what the law is. And you're going to have to take the facts that you find during the course of this trial and apply the law that I give to you to arrive at the verdict. All right? And I'll explain what the law is in believe me, much more detailed at the end of this trial. Okay. Now, I just kind of wanted to go over everybody's kind of function in this trial as we go forward. My function is pretty simple. All right. My function is to see that the case is tried in a way that's orderly, fair, and efficient. It's also my function to decide on questions of law that might come up during the trial, and as I said, to instruct you what the law is that you have to apply. And it's your duty as jurors to accept the law, as I stated to you. All right. Well, what's your function? Well, your function is to determine the facts in this case. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. You alone will determine what evidence to believe, how important any evidence is that you do believe, and what conclusions all the believable evidence leads you to. You are going to have to consider and weigh the testimony of each and all the witnesses who will appear before you, and you alone will determine whether to believe any witness and what extent to which you do believe that witness. It's going to be your responsibility to resolve any conflicts in testimony that might arise during the course of the trial, and it's your duty to determine where the truth lies. All right? That's your function. Now, you should, I want to comment, I'm going to sometimes be making rulings on objections and evidence issues. I'm going to be talking to the attorneys and talking sometimes to witnesses. Don't try to read into what I'm doing. In other words, I have no opinion as to what your verdict should be. All right. So if you think you are, you're trying to read between the lines, don't. All right? I have no opinion. Also, during the course of the trial, you may hear either the three lawyers objecting, all right? Don't hold that against the attorneys. That's their job, all right? And generally, the objections go towards the admissibility of some of the evidence or the questioning. It might be a different form that's needed, and that's what they're supposed to do. So don't hold it against either side if they're making objections. And what will happen is sometimes I'll just rule right from here where I'm sitting. It may be an objection. If I say, well, that's sustained, that means I agree with the objection. And a lot of times the question is just asked a different way. If I say overruled, it just means I disagree with the objection. And the question can go forward and the answer can be given. All right, so that's just kind of the shorthand we use. There's going to be times during the course of a trial that I have to talk to counsel over at Sidebah. All right, when I say Sidebah at this point, that's going to be over here. All right, in this courtroom, this is the Sidebah. And so a lot of times I'll have to talk to counsel over here because the law requires me sometimes to make decisions outside of your hearing. All right, so we do that over here. It can be annoying, I know that. But we do it over here because it's actually quicker than if we ask you to leave the courtroom. Because you've now seen, you'd have to stand up, file out one by one, all the way down to the jury room. The court officer then says they're all in the jury room. Then I talk to the lawyers. Then we resolve that. You have to then file all the way back. So we found it's quicker. And so a lot of times those things really move a case along. So I apologize if we're doing them, but that's the reason we do it. And that's the reason why we do it in the courtroom. If we're doing a Sidebah conference, if anybody needs to stand up, kind of stretch, you have a bad back, you're like, those are pretty comfortable chairs, but maybe sitting there for a while, by all means do that. But when we're over here at Sidebah, don't discuss with any of the other jurors kind of what's going on or what you think's going on over here, right? So you just want to stretch, you can. Now, if during the course of this trial, anybody needs to communicate with me about anything, just let the court officer know and they'll let me know, and I'll talk to the attorneys who will deal with any of your concerns or any issues. Now, until this case is submitted to you after my final instructions, you must not discuss it with anyone, even your fellow jurors or your family, friends, or employees. All right, so it's important that you keep an open mind and not decide this case in any way until the entire case has been submitted to you. All right, and that sounds easy at this point because you haven't heard anything. But as the case gets going, it gets harder and harder sometimes, even in the jury room. You can't start deliberating until you hear all the evidence. You can't start talking about it until you hear all the evidence, until you know the law that you got to apply. All right, we're going to allow you, as the case goes forward, to take notes. All right, and so anybody who wants to take notes, you can. You don't have to. Some people find it helpful to remember. Some people find it distracting. So that's just it's up to you. That's your option. All right, you should know that those notes are your notes. By that I mean we can't let you take them home, but at the end of each day they're collected. They're put in a secure place. Nobody reads them. I don't read them. The attorneys don't read them. Nobody reads them. At the end of the trial, they're destroyed. Okay? But just some people, if you want to do it, we'll hand those out in a couple of minutes. Now, I want to just kind of go over just some cautions as we're getting ready to start this trial. All right? First is, as I said already, please keep an open mind. Don't form any judgments or conclusions or views as to any aspect of this case. You haven't heard all the evidence, and you must keep an open mind throughout this case and until the case is given to you in your deliberations. 2, as I said, don't talk about this case, about any aspect of the case, with family, friends, acquaintances, or anybody like that. 3, don't talk to any of the witnesses or parties or attorneys involved in this case. They've been instructed not to talk to you. We really want you to be comfortable, all right? And so if you do pass by one of the people involved in the case, if they go by you and don't say anything to you, don't hold it against them. Don't think they're not being respectful. They're following my instructions. We just want you to be comfortable throughout the course of this trial. Now, Another caution is during the time that you serve on this jury, there may be reports about this case in newspapers or social media or on the television. You may be tempted to look or listen. Don't do it. All right. My instruction to you is do not read anything about this case. Don't listen to anything about this case. If something comes on, turn it off. Or if somebody starts talking about it, just say you can't talk about it. And you can blame me. That's my instruction. All right. Now, sometimes during the course of a trial, evidence is presented that produces an emotional reaction. And that might happen in this case. But as jurors who have taken the oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you that the law says you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and weight of the evidence. You must find the facts in this case based only on the evidence. All right, I may go into that a little bit later, but I just kind of wanted to remind you of that in regards to that. Don't do any research on this case. All right. If you have any questions about things as you go forward, you're not to do any independent research. You've got, as I said before, we've got 3 very, very experienced lawyers. They'll get you the information that you're going to need to come to the right verdict. All right. You can't do any research. The other thing is don't visit the scene of any place that's described during the course of the testimony. So no field trips. All right. As I said, we very well may be taking a view or to go see some of these places later on in the trial, but that's the only time you should be there. Because at that point, you'll be under the supervision of the court officers, the court, the attorneys will be there. So that's the only time you're going to be allowed to do that. Now, I think the reason for all of these cautions is probably pretty clear, but it's just we need to ensure that a fair and just trial is given to all the parties in this case. So if you follow those instructions, you'll be able to do that. In regards to the schedule, as I told you, what we're generally going to do is go start at 9. We're going to go to 11. Might be off kilter a little bit today because of this part of the procedures. Go to 11, then we'll go till 1. There'll be a break from 1 to 2. And we'll generally go 2 to 3:30 or 4. All right. Now, after saying that, as I told you, I think everybody, this is a case that we may not be sitting every day. All right. And we may have to break early on certain days. So what I'm going to try and do as best I can is give you as much notice and explain to you kind of where we are as we go through the case. And then, so that being said, we're not sitting tomorrow. All right. Something's come up that has nothing to do with any of the participants, but we can't sit. So the thought would be we'll hopefully go most of the day today, and then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. All right. As the week goes on, then I'll address you about how it looks for the next week. All right. And we'll try as best we can to keep you, up to date in regards to the schedule and also the progress that we're making on this case. All right. So that's pretty much what I wanted to address you in this pre-charge. These instructions are very preliminary. They're intended, as I said, just to acquaint you with the procedure and the framework of how this case is going to go forward. I'm going to talk to you later on in the trial in a much more detailed explanation of what the law is and what your obligations are. But I know that you're going to try this case according to the oath that we talked about that you took as jurors, where you promised you would well and truly try the issues between the defendant and the Commonwealth according to the evidence in the law. If you follow that oath and try this case without fear or prejudice or bias or sympathy, you'll arrive at a true and just verdict. I'm confident of that. And also, have confidence in yourself. All right? You can do this. The lawyers and I asked a number of questions, and we all decided, it shows that you would be the people who could make this decision. So everyone has confidence in you. You should have confidence in yourself in regards to sitting on this jury and delivering the just verdict on this. So at this point, I'm going to now see if the Commonwealth is prepared to give their opening statements. Commonwealth? Ms. Buckingham, sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Cora. She had just turned 5. She was sweet, silly, smart. She loved sparkly dresses and wearing bows in her hair. She loved princesses and baby dolls. She even tried to convince her preschool teachers at the beginning that her name was Sophia because she loved the Disney character Sophia the First so very much. Dawson. He was 3, a boy's boy. He was a bit rambunctious, but funny, full of energy. He loved trucks, construction trucks, fire trucks, and he spoke with a raspy little voice. Callan. Callan was just 8 months old. Always smiling, with chunky cheeks, a sweet little baby. We are here, ladies and gentlemen, because they are not. They were strangled, deliberately and meticulously, killed by this defendant on January 24th of 2023. One by one, she wrapped exercise bands around each one of the kids' necks and pulled until their little bodies were limp and lifeless. First Dawson, then Cora, and finally Callan. Your job, ladies and gentlemen, is not easy in this case. The evidence will be difficult to see, to hear, to process. Testimony of witnesses, family, friends, teachers, people who knew the Clancy family, people who saw them regularly, people who saw them on the day in which this defendant killed them, they're all going to come before you. And it may be heartbreaking to hear what they have to say. You'll see photographs of the crime scene. You'll hear testimony from first responders. They're going to tell you about what they discovered when they came into the Clancy home at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury on January 24th. You'll hear evidence about the defendant during that time period, observations of her physical appearance, her demeanor. You'll hear testimony about what she was reporting to her friends and family and doctors during this time period. The list of witnesses is quite long. Law enforcement, firefighters, friends, family, teachers, crime scene investigators, forensic scientists, toxicologists, medical examiners, experts. We expect over the next few weeks that you will be able to, or will be able to present to you a clear picture of what was occurring in the Clancy household on January 24th of 2023. We ask that you keep an open mind when you're hearing this evidence, and during the course of the trial, don't forget that you use your common sense and your life experience. Those are things that you bring as jurors to the courtroom every day, and it's what's going to take you into the deliberation room at the end of this trial. So what happened? On January 24th, 2023, it had recently snowed. It was in fact a Tuesday. Tuesdays were days that Cora and Dawson usually went to preschool. They attended the Learning Sprouts preschool in Duxbury, but they didn't attend on Tuesdays. So on this day, they were home. On this particular day, Cora, who had just turned 5, had an appointment at the doctor's, an annual checkup. And so the defendant brought her first thing in the morning to the doctor's. Defendant's husband, Patrick Clancy, was home and he was caring for Callan and Dawson while defendant took Cora to the doctor. Pretty normal. You'll hear and see that Patrick and the defendant exchanged text messages that morning. Patrick sends a photo of Dawson, who had just dressed himself that day and he was jumping for joy. And he sends that text to the defendant while she's at the doctor. And while at the doctor, the defendant sends a text of Cora and her little Johnny and mask to Patrick. When the defendant and Cora returned home that morning, Patrick went downstairs to his basement office to do work, same as he had normally done on any other day since returning from paternity leave. And then the defendant was charged with caring for the kids for the rest of the day. She put Callan down for a nap, bundled up Cora and Dawson, took them outside to the backyard, and played in the snow. They built a snowman. The defendant sent pictures of the snowman and the kids in the snow to Patrick when he's working in the basement, and her mom, who was living in Connecticut, who had just been there that weekend but had gone home. The day proceeds as normal. You'll hear Patrick describe it as a good day, actually. In the late afternoon, around 4 p.m., the defendant searched on her phone for kids' Miralax. She searched takeout freebie, and she opened the Apple Maps on her phone and searched the route that it would take to get from their house to the 3B restaurant in Plymouth. She searched how much time and how far it was. Now, this restaurant had been a place that the family had eaten before, but wasn't their normal takeout spot. She also called CVS and asked them about the kids' Pedialax or Miralax. And that's because at the doctor earlier that day, the doctor had recommended a laxative for Cora because she had some stomach issues. She had complained of an upset tummy at school the day before, you'll hear. She had some issues where she didn't like to go to the bathroom at school, a little bit embarrassed. So they suggested the Pedialax. So she calls CVS and she confirms that they actually have it at their local CVS in Kingston. Then she sends a text to Patrick and asks if he wants to get takeout, if 3V is okay. She didn't feel like cooking dinner, it was a long day. He says, sure. She calls in the order. When Patrick leaves the house around 5:15 that evening, everything is normal, seems normal. He sees Dawson eating chicken nuggets and green beans on the couch before he walks out the door. Patrick leaves to go to 3V, and he's going to stop just at CVS on the way there. That's when the clock starts, ladies and gentlemen. The defendant knows that Patrick has to stop at CVS, go to 3V. She knows that it's about 5 miles from their house to get to the restaurant. She knows approximately how much time she has for him to go there and come back. She then takes the children down into the basement. She separates Dawson from Cora and Callan, and then she proceeds to wrap exercise bands around each child's neck and pull until they are dead. She leaves the bands wrapped around each child's neck and goes back upstairs. In the kitchen, she gets a knife, and then she proceeds to the second floor of the home. In the middle of this, she misses a call from Patrick. He's at CVS. She misses the call. She calls him right back, and they talk for 14 seconds. Nothing that she does or says in that phone call is of concern to Patrick. He proceeds on his task, and she proceeds with hers. She goes to the second floor master bedroom, locks the door, crushes up some pills, and attempts to take her own life. She uses the knife she got in the kitchen to slash her wrists and her neck. She moves the bed away from the wall, away from the window. She opens that window and goes out. She lands on the cold, hard ground. Shortly thereafter, around 6 p.m., Patrick comes home. He's got the takeout bag and the CVS bag with the medicine. He enters into the house through the mudroom door into the kitchen area, places the bags down. It's eerily quiet. He calls to the kids, no answer. He calls to the defendant, no answer. He takes out his phone and dials the number for Lindsay's phone, defendant's phone. No answer. He then goes upstairs and finds the master bedroom door locked. He opens it and enters the room, sees blood and the window open. He then goes to the backyard, and that's where he finds the defendant. She's on the ground outside that window, moaning and mumbling. At 6:11 p.m., he calls 911 for help. First responders arrive to the home almost immediately. He's still on the phone with 911 when the responders arrive, and they go right to the backyard and tend immediately to the defendant. While they're with the defendant, Patrick tells the first responders, "I need to find my kids." He had asked the defendant where the kids were, and she told them they were in the basement. So when he went in the house, that's the first place he went, down into the basement. He's still on the phone with 911 when he finds each child with an exercise band still wrapped around their neck. He screams for help, and he says, "She killed the kids." Efforts made to resuscitate Cora and Dawson were futile, but first responders from Duxbury and the surrounding communities were persistent, and they kept trying to resuscitate them all the way to the hospital. But when they arrived at the hospital, there was nothing more that medical staff could do for Cora and Dawson. The staff at Beth Israel were able to get a heartbeat on Callan, but he never started breathing on his own. He never regained consciousness. He had no brain activity. Nonetheless, he was transferred to Boston Children's Hospital, where he died 3 days later on January 27th. The defendant was taken to South Shore Hospital and then transported subsequently to Brigham and Women's in Boston. She had multiple traumas, including spinal injuries, as well as superficial injuries to both her wrists and her neck. She is paralyzed. We expect during the course of this trial that you'll hear the defendant made claims that either right after Patrick left the house or after he called her from the CVS, depending on which version of the events she's telling, she heard a voice, a male voice, a voice that she had never heard before, a voice that she never heard again. And that voice told her that it was her last chance, that she had to kill the kids so that she could kill herself. She immediately took action when she heard the voice, with no direction or details from this so-called voice, and she killed the children. Once she killed the children, the voice stopped. When you consider this information in the course of the trial, ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you consider the source, the timing, the substance of her statements about this voice. You're also going to hear from, or you may hear from, forensic psychologists and psychiatrists who talk about what's called command hallucinations and voices that people hear before they do something. And when you hear that testimony, I ask that you keep in mind the details of what she's saying the voice told her, and the details of when this voice spoke to her. Another important thing to remember throughout the course of this trial is that this is not a case about the Lindsay Clancy that sits before you today. This case is about the Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023, at the time of the crimes. This was not a woman in the throes of psychosis on January 24th, 2023. This was a woman who acted intentionally, rationally, and swiftly to accomplish a very specific goal: to kill. You'll see and hear evidence about all the things that she did that day, what she did in the days leading up to this incident, leading to the murders. You'll hear her spending time with her family and friends. You'll hear her appearing to be in good spirits and doing better for all intents and purposes. On that very day, you'll hear she interacted with people at the doctor's office. She came home and took care of the kids. She talked to people on the phone and via text message. The evidence will show you she was not psychotic that day. Throughout the evidence in this trial, you will learn about the defendant being the classic overachiever in school, in her personal life, in her nursing career. She was someone who liked to control every little detail of her life, of her family's life. In contrast to pictures you'll see of the doting mother, the dedicated nurse, you'll also see a side of Lindsay Clancy That's different. Somebody extremely controlling, meticulous, and manipulative. The days were laid out with specificity. Strict schedules were expected to be maintained. Food was planned carefully. Sleep was scheduled to the minute. And in the time after Callan was born, her last baby, the family had to adjust. And by all sources that I expect you're going to hear at that trial, that summer was great. But after Patrick had finished his paternity leave and was back to work full time, when she no longer had a nanny to watch the baby, do laundry, tidy up the house, follow her schedule, when she was responsible for it all, it was hard. It was hard for her to maintain that control. It was hard for her to bond with her kids. And in efforts to maintain control, she withheld information from her husband, from her doctors. She reported serious symptoms that were inconsistent with her daily activities, you'll hear. And ultimately, on January 24th, 2023, the defendant made a calculated decision. This was a woman who no longer liked the life she thought she wanted. It was getting harder and harder to control. And when she saw the opportunity to escape, she made the selfish choice to take it, and to take Cora, Dawson, and Callan first before attempting to take her own life. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a public debate about women's mental health and how the medical system treats women. This case is about this defendant, Lindsay Clancy. There is no dispute that she was dealing with mental health issues during this time period prior to the murders. There'll be medical records, medical doctors, mental health professionals that will talk about treatment, prescriptions, hospital visits. All that's going to be before you. The evidence will show that this defendant had a means and access to mental health that most people don't. And she chose to deal with her mental health issues in the worst way. She chose to manipulate her providers, seek out the quick and easy fix when she was feeling depressed and anxious. And when she didn't get what she expected, she chose an alternate route. She sought a different doctor. She changed medications after days. She disengaged from treatment when she didn't like the plan. After only 4 months in treatment, she made a choice, a deliberate and intentional decision that she did not want to try anymore. And because no one could take care of her kids the way she wanted them to, she had to take them with her. Despite all the precision that she exhibited that day, you'll hear, the timing of it all, the swiftness of the killings, overcoming the interruption of Patrick's phone call, what she did not anticipate was that she would not be able to complete the act by killing herself. Ladies and gentlemen, people with mental illness commit crimes every day and are responsible for them. The fact that someone may suffer or have a mental illness, a mental disease or defect is not the end of the inquiry when it comes to guilt or innocence. It is whether a person can appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of the conduct and conform their conduct to the law. Do they know what they were doing, and can they control their actions? The evidence in this case will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant coldly and efficiently executed first Dawson, then Cora, and finally Callan. One by one, she strangled the life out of each one of them. She did so with no hesitation, with deliberate premeditation, and extreme atrocity and cruelty. She is criminally responsible for the murders because the evidence will prove to you that she knew exactly what she was doing. She drew her husband out of the house, their father, so that she had the opportunity and the time to carry out these murders. She maintained the ability to control her conduct, conform her conduct, when she attempted to kill herself to escape the consequences. At the conclusion of this case, we're going to come back and we're going to ask that you return guilty of the murders of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy because the defendant committed those crimes.
All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Reddington, do you wish to give an opening?
I do. Your Honor, I might use the easel, may it be placed in front of the TV screen so that the jurors are able to. Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. You know, normally, we thank jurors for time away from your life, your jobs, your family, coming to court, listening to a trial, certainly is a service that's provided by you as citizens. But in this case, God bless you. You people are going to have to listen to some of the most horrific things. Look at some of the most horrific things. And jurors, it's a beautiful system. You pass between, as you heard Don Clerk say, you probably don't remember it, but it's old language, goes back to Old England. It says that you as jurors pass between the government, them. And she places herself on her country, which country you are. You owe allegiance to nothing but your oath, your consideration, and your time. Your common sense, you bring your life experience to this trial, you render a verdict. And as jurors, experiences, take the job very, very, very seriously. You people will never forget this case. And thank you for that service. The government says that this is a situation, it's not a referendum on women's having babies and having postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, but it sure as hell is. Because you're going to hear, consistent with what is told you in the instructions, consistent with the obligation that the government has when they brought this charge. They brought this charge. Tim Cruz, the DA, right in the front row, brought this charge. He knew, as did his office, the facts of this case. And he knew when he brought this charge that it was going to kill the soul of this young woman. And they would bring their evidence in front of a jury that she knows that she killed these children. We'll sit here, listen to their evidence, but I suggest to you that the issue for consideration is what was going on in that woman's mind. You're going to hear evidence that, as the government said, Lindsay was a kind of a parent pleaser. She was a person that in school had a lot of friends, still has friends. You'll hear evidence to this day from the 6th grade. High school, college, nursing school. You're going to hear evidence that Lindsay, in the course of being in high school, she was a high achiever, gymnastics. Stopped doing gymnastics because she hurt herself and didn't like to do the backflips and stopped doing gymnastics, but she was very athletic. You're going to hear evidence that right after she had the birth, the last child, within 4 or 5 days, she ran a 5K. She was very, very, very physically fit. Her life was such that she watched what she ate, watched what she did in her life as far as activities, and was one heck of a mother. She loved her children. All the things that the DA said to you about those little kids and their life and what they like, she knows 1,000 times more than what they know. And in that capacity, as a mother, daily you'll see evidence that she would decorate rooms, that she and Patrick did have that achievement of a wonderful life. They had it all. They met in Boston. She was a young nurse out of school. He was working in his industry. They ended up falling in love. They got married, bought a nice house. And, you know, people will say, oh, they're living in this mansion. No, they're living in a very, very humble house in Duxbury that they had to struggle to pay for. That house, you will see, not from the view, because it's not enough that we have photographs. On top of the photographs, we have to have a video. And on top of the photographs and the video, we have to have an auto-computerized animated display. And on top of the photographs, the video, the automated animated display, we have to get on a bus and go take a ride and look at the house where some guy and his wife are now living, that it doesn't look at all like what it looked like when Lindsay and Patrick were living there with their 3 kids. But there are videos that show what that home looked like that day, prior to that. You'll see in every room, there are things hanging on the walls, alphabets, colors, numbers, pictures of different cartoon characters, and I'm too old to even remember what they are. Movies, all sorts of toys, erector sets, trucks, all over the living room. There was no dining room. It was a large thing for the baby to be in, and then surrounded by toys. Every single room had toys in it. These children were loved and nurtured and cared for by her. She didn't want to get rid of her kids because of her selfish life, as the government indicates. She loved those children right up to the time of their death. You're going to see that there's photographs in this case that you will be able to evaluate that show that. Some of them might even be in the videos that the state police took. This case is a massive production by the district attorney's office. You have the district attorneys, the assistant district attorneys, the assistants to the assistant district attorneys. You have the state police crime laboratory. You have the detectives. You have the state police, the armed men that will go out and interview witnesses and will investigate this case. You have the victim witness advocate, very nice lady, by the way, that deals with witnesses and people in a case such as this. It's a massive operation, and that's great. We should have that. But when you're considering the evidence, you consider the fact that you have 2 young people that were living this life, that were working, and Patrick, not because of COVID, not because of he just didn't want to work in an office anymore. He worked out of his basement. He worked in an office in the basement. He was there because of what Lindsay was going through. He was there. He lived it. And he will testify to it. He doesn't have to testify, quite frankly, and identify clothing and be distraught and placed in a position of horror in this courtroom. But he will testify to what they went through as a husband and a wife, the wife being pregnant. They had 3 kids. After the 2nd child, she had postpartum. You're going to hear evidence that that's one of the issues that is important because that can lead to bipolar. One of the things that you don't do, which is taboo, is if you have somebody that's bipolar, you don't put them on an antidepressant, you don't put them on Zoloft, you don't put them on what's called an SSRI. Selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. It messes with your brain. You don't do that, but it was done in this case. The reason that Lindsay went to the doctors was in September 2022. July and August of 2022, they were very happy. Lovely little family. September, things went sideways. And she looked for, and you heard the government saying, and remember what they say in their opening, and remember that when they prepare a case, and remember how they can point at different aspects of a case to show guilt, that show that somebody's conniving. In this case, how many times we heard she faked the suicide. Faked the suicide. Little cuts, dinky little cuts, scratches, you'll hear, stated in the opening statement or time of the arraignment. That she asked for a lawyer. That's rich. You're going to hear evidence that she was in her bedroom after the horrific act in the basement. And that she was up in the bedroom, that she stood in front of a full-length mirror, that she took the knife that was in the kitchen that she had taken. And when she took the knife, she cut her throat in front of the mirror. This is no fake suicide. This is her when she was brought to the hospital. When she was in the hospital. That's what her appearance was at the South Shore Hospital. When she's at the South Shore Hospital, she had wonderful care and treatment that was able, against her will, to save her life. Fake suicide, little scratches, dinky little scratches. This is a photograph that was taken at the South Shore Hospital of her neck. Photograph taken of her wrist, showing the split in the skin. Photograph showing you'll see evidence of this, the bedroom floor next to the bed with the blood. The knife next to the cup. Sadly, a gift saying, "Because kids." You see the white residue inside the cup? That's where the pills were crushed up with leftover lemonade from the night before when she consumed that. That's the knife. This here you'll see is sleep aids. See this here, deep sleep pillow spray. She couldn't sleep. She couldn't sleep for months. More photographs of the injuries to her neck. And then, in the course of the fake suicide speculation by the police, you'll see the evidence that she hung on the window ledge and, like Spider-Man, I guess, slid down the wall of the house. You're going to hear evidence that she flung and threw herself out the window, striking her head on the ground, full ground, causing what's known as a Jefferson fracture of her neck. She shattered, exploded her thoracic spine, shattered her cervical spine, the first disc, broke every rib. And the Jefferson fracture, you'll hear evidence, is not consistent with a fake suicide by any means. Jefferson fracture is consistent with Superman when he got thrown off the horse. It's consistent with people that have the tragedy where they dive into a swimming pool, as a result of which they get that fracture in their neck and they're paralyzed. She's paralyzed. She's not going to get up miraculously and walk out of this courtroom. She's paralyzed and will be paralyzed for the rest of her life. She's living her own hell. She knows what happened with those kids. And she wanted to die. When she was in the hospital, you're going to see evidence. The Brigham and Women's Hospital, when they transferred her from South Shore Hospital, air flight into Brigham and Women's Hospital, and she was then given the emergency room and the emergency treatment at the Brigham and Women's Hospital. You couldn't move in that room. There was so much equipment, so many wires, so many breathing tubes, so many machines. humming, banging, clicking, and she's spread out like she's crucified on the bed while she's being treated in that room, surrounded by armed police officers. Out in the hallway, guarding the hallway against what? Anyone could guess. Guarding the hallway, guarding the room, guarding the bed, standing there. She's handcuffed to the bed. She goes to South Shore Hospital. Government speculates that, again, you see how the government is able to create what they want for facts, that she is so cold and calculating that she said that she heard voices after I brought a psychologist, Dr. Zeisel, into that room to see her. I had to move heaven and earth. You'll hear evidence that they wouldn't even let her have visitors. She couldn't even see her family for over a week. The cops wouldn't let anybody near her. That room was an armed camp. I had to move heaven and earth and practically get a court order to be able to get in there and see her while she's laying in the bed. And they suggest, and will suggest, that she said, I heard voices, I heard command hallucinations telling me to kill the kids and then kill myself, after she talked to Paul Zeisel as if he was telling her what to say because I'm the lawyer and I brought him into that hospital. You're going to hear evidence that Paul Zeisel is one of the most respected psychologists. You're going to hear evidence that he was embedded with the military in Afghanistan for years. You're going to hear evidence that he works for the government when there's a shooting involving the FBI, the CIA, or any of those alphabet soup cops. He's involved out interviewing these people for post-traumatic stress. I knew that he was the man to talk to this young woman in the hospital. When I finally was able to get into that room, into that hospital, he was with me. He did not tell her command voices. He, as a human being, gave her a cell phone so she could call Patrick. But you know what? You're going to hear evidence from a woman who works at Brigham and Women's Hospital. I saw Lindsay as soon as she came out of her coma. She is a woman that works with the religious services in that hospital. And the first thing that Lindsay wanted to know is, where's my family? And then she told her about what happened and told her about the command voices. And this is well before she ever met me or Paul Zeisel. So you have to keep focused on the evidence because it's so easy to manipulate. There's no fake suicide. And there was no plan to fake her sickness. This is a young woman that, with her husband, tried very hard to get the help she needed. She went and saw a doctor by the name of, oh, by the way, remember in the open, the government says she shopped around for doctors, I guess, that she wanted to get doctors to, I don't know, give her drugs or something. You can hear evidence that she went online and she looked for someone that was into neonatal, post-baby delivery, because she knew that she was in trouble. She couldn't sleep. She had insomnia. It wasn't just, you know, when you get up in the middle of the night because your phone's on. She couldn't sleep. She only get 2 hours a night, 3 hours a night if she's lucky, as time went on. In September, she went to see Dr. Tufts. Jennifer Tufts is the name of the doctor. Jennifer Tufts then gave her a prescription for Zoloft, which is an antidepressant. It's one of those SSRIs. She didn't take the Zoloft for a couple of weeks because she was breastfeeding. She was afraid to have the baby have anything to do with drugs, but ultimately couldn't do it any longer, took the Zoloft and was spun out of control. Oh, because you didn't hear evidence because she was bipolar. You don't give a bipolar person Zoloft, but she got it. You're going to see what the effect was that it had on her as that week went on, as that month drove on, and she couldn't sleep, and she was unable to emote, had no emotions, had no feelings, was unable to really react to anything, but had to take care of the kids. And as the government says, well, she was able to talk to people. She was able to talk to neighbors. Sure, you're going to hear because they don't call them, we're going to call them. People that knew Lindsay as a mother, people that knew Lindsay Teachers of those kids will indicate what kind of a mother she was, as will neighbors, as will friends, as will people that saw her during that period of time. You're going to hear evidence from Patrick as to the effect that this sickness had on her. She was looking into it. You're going to see her Google searches. You're going to see her Google searches go on and on and on about how to take care of postpartum. What type of drugs? Can you become addicted to benzodiazepines? What about, is it possible to have a treatment, a ketamine treatment? What do I do as far as insomnia? What do I do about my thoughts to kill myself? Ways to kill. How do you kill? What do you do to kill? Government lashes onto that. Oh my God, she's looking up ways to kill. Let's make that a basis of our prosecution on this case. This is not a righteous prosecution. They're looking for every single piece of evidence that they can to show some ridiculous concept that she wanted to kill her beautiful kids because she didn't want to be a mother anymore. This is a woman that was a nurse. She worked for one of the best hospitals in the country. She was in a labor delivery. You're going to hear from labor and delivery nurses that will tell you how dedicated she was. Cora was named after the very, very first baby that she delivered as a nurse in the hospital. That's where the name Cora came from. Cora was named after her first delivery. This is a woman who did nothing in her life but dedicated her life to helping people and be a good person and a good nurse and a great mother. And as time went on, looking like anyone else would, please help me. That's what it's all about. Give me help. And you can see, well, the government will say, God, she was able to talk to people. She wasn't drooling. She wasn't putting tin foil inside of a hat when she was going to the schools. No, she was able to talk to people. We actually have, we meaning the government, we have video of her and Patrick and the kids at the Museum of Science, and they were actually having a good time. We also have video that shows them down at the Cape Cod, down the Cape, with the kids, and they're in bathing suits. I guess she was fine. She put on a pretty good face. So what does she do? She goes to see, September 12th of 22, she looked for a psychiatrist. That's when she hooks up, if you will, with Dr. Jennifer Tufts, early October of 22, initial appointment. October 20th of 22, reports the adverse reaction that she was having to the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor Zoloft. November 16th, she goes to the South Shore Hospital emergency room because she was so depressed and so maxed out from lack of sleep and so unable to emote. She couldn't laugh, she couldn't cry, she couldn't have any feeling. She was a robot. She went to South Shore Hospital. She was referred and engaged with South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. This was Patrick's mother. This is Patrick's mother, Mrs. Clancy, who's a nurse, well-respected nurse, wonderful woman. She works at the South Shore Hospital, labor and delivery as well. She knows Lindsay. And she told Lindsay, you gotta go to this outfit here, which was the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. She didn't look them up because she wanted to get drugs. She was referred by her mother-in-law, who's a nurse. She went to see these people, November 21st of 22. When she was engaged at the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health, she's going on one drug to the next to the next. The drugs that she was prescribed, you see here, and you'll hear evidence that, first off, Jennifer Tufts, September 15th, 22, sertraline, that's the Zoloft. Then lorazepam, October 21st, Jennifer Tufts. Then hydroxyzine, Jennifer Tufts. Lorapazan, Jennifer Tufts. Buspirone, Jennifer Tufts. Lorazepam, increase, Jennifer Tufts. Buspirone, increase from 1 milligram to 5 milligrams, Jennifer Tufts. Trazodone from another individual. Fluoxetine, 10 milligrams from another person named Julie Paul. Julie Paul worked at the South Shore Hospital when she went there to go to try to get some help from South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. More medications, spiraling, continuing on, down. Pat lived this, and he will testify to what they went through. At this point, at the end of November, around Thanksgiving, she's reporting disassociation and confusion. They put her on Remeron. This is around Thanksgiving. Things were so bad at this point that her mother and father came up from Connecticut and lived with them to take care of the kids, to help, because she was walking around absolutely a zombie. She would rock on the sofa, crying hysterically, banging her head into the pillow of the sofa. Patrick will tell you what he observed with her. She dealt with her parents. Her parents were there to try to help. Is this someone that's faking because she doesn't want to be a mother anymore? The parents were there. Mother and father, wonderful people. Mother's retired. Dad took pictures of high school kids for yearbooks. They did what they could. Coming into December, after Thanksgiving, and they went, by the way, during the holidays, down to Connecticut at one point to visit with the family. But December 4th, she calls the suicide hotline seeking help. December 5th, she's evaluated by what's known as the Aspire Crisis Team. You'll hear evidence about that. December 6th, the next day, they have an appointment with Nurse Gelada. Now, Nurse Gelada comes into this action because, again, not looking for more doctors. Paul retired or left or went to another job. So all of a sudden, Nurse Paul, who was treating her and prescribing meds, leaves. Here's Nurse Gelada. She's now going to be your person you deal with. That's all. She wasn't looking for some other doctors to get additional medication. She now is dealing with Gelada. They have an appointment with Nurse Gelada. And Pat goes with her because he was so upset and says to Gelada, you'll hear evidence, do you think possibly that she's over-medicated? Do you think somebody screwed up? And she says, it's possible. And then she puts her on more medication. She puts her on, okay, December of 2022, you're going to see that Nurse Gelada, who is now on this chart, is in blue. Nurse Gelada puts her on quietapine, 25 milligrams, November 30th. December 6th, diazepam, 5. December 7th, diazepam. December 7th, quietapine. December 9th, diazepam, 5. December 13th, diazepam. And then she goes back to Jennifer Tufts because they just couldn't handle dealing with Rebecca Gelada because she wanted to wean off the drugs. Gelada told her to stay the course. She ends up going through the December 19th, 21st, 22nd, dealing with quietapine, 300 milligrams of quietapine. Now, what happens is they then suggest that what she has to do is go to Mass General Hospital. She goes to Mass General Hospital. At Mass General, they say, well, you can do like a day program, or you can go to this fantastic program down in Rhode Island called Women and Infants Program. So she goes to Women and Infants Program. She goes down for a day. She sits there in a group with other mothers and they talk. And they look at her medication and they say, you're going to see it in the medical records. We can't really help you as postpartum, and that's what they specialize in, because you've got medications that you're going to have to clear because the medications can be affecting you. She was there for a day. One day. They never said anything. You're not suffering from postpartum. Postpartum, every one of these doctors and nurses knew that she was suffering from postpartum. And now it's turning into psychosis. Now as she goes through the period of time, in January 5, Aliyah Goodhart from McLean Hospital puts on trazodone, 50 milligrams, lorazepam, 1 milligram, leaving the hospital. She goes to that hospital on New Year's Eve. She and Patrick decide this is it. The two of them get in their car. Family takes care of the kids. She goes to the hospital. Now it's locked wards. She goes into the hospital. She's there for 4 days. During that period of time that she's there, she's in group. She doesn't see a doctor but once. There's no discussion of medications till the very end. You'll see the medical records. You can look at the medical records. You'll see that her daughter's birthday was coming up and she wanted to leave rather than the 5th on the 4th. This is not a discharge against medical advice. They cleared her. They said, yeah, fine, you're okay, good. Good luck, go home. She went home and she went to the birthday party. The government will have witnesses apparently to show that she was able to socialize, like, hi, how are you, at the trampoline where they had the birthday party for Cora. She's still living her nightmare. During this period of time, January 9th, back to Jennifer Tufts, puts her on diazepam. Jennifer Tufts kicks up the trazodone to 150 milligrams. January 13th, you've got Rebecca Jawada, puts her on diazepam. And by the way, when she was down at Rhode Island in the nurse and babies hospital, not a hospital, it was like a service, the people that were treating her for that one day reached out to Jawada to find out what's up with the medication, and Jawada never called them back. You're going to hear evidence, and it's in the medical records, that when she and Patrick called Jawada to say, I got to wean off this. She didn't want more drugs. She wanted off the drugs. Jawada says, stay the course. She's going on vacation. I'll see you in a week. Comes back in a week. You're going to see that now Jennifer Tufts puts her on diazepam 2 milligrams on January 16th. Amitriptyline 10 milligrams, January 16th. Diazepam and diazepam between Tufts and Jawada. And the last script is diazepam 2 milligrams, January 23rd. During that period of time, you can see that on December 20th and 22nd, she was evaluated at the Women's and Infants Partial Hospitalization Program in Rhode Island. December 30th, she returned to Mass General Hospital emergency room. December 31st, that's after Mass General told her to go to the hospital, you can go to McLean. New Year's Eve, December 20th of 22, they were admitted to McLean Hospital for psychiatric treatment. January 6th of 23 was post-discharge follow-up appointment with Dr. Tufts. January 10, 16, and 23, appointment Dr. Tufts, Dr. Tufts, Dr. Tufts. The day before the killings, Dr. Tufts. These are the medications that she was on, that she had filled, that she took, that she didn't take, and apparently, according to the opening statement by the government, was manipulating the doctors, not telling the doctors. She told them that she was suicidal. She told them that she had suicidal ideation, and in December, to his and her ever dying regret, told Patrick in the presence of her mother that she was having psychosis thoughts of hurting the children. This is a woman that did not get the medication, did not get the medical treatment that she so deserved. This is a woman that was suffering from psychosis at the time that she went down to that basement. She had no motive. She loved her children. She intended to kill herself. She didn't fake that. Threw herself out the window. Goes to the hospital. You're going to see that when she's in the hospital, they said to her, you want to, what do you call it, a DNR? Do not resuscitate her. Without absolutely did not want any DNR. Didn't want to be resuscitated, wanted to die. To this day wants to die. That's what we're dealing with on this prosecution. So you're going to hear from witnesses. It's going to be emotional. And thank you for your service. Thank you, Judge.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take the morning recess at this time. All right, I'm going to ask you to go out. Again, don't discuss the case. We'll be back here probably about 15, 20 minutes, and we'll begin with the Commonwealth case. All right, so we'll be in recess at this time.
Court, all right. Jury, this way, please.
Wow. Well, in my opinion, I think that, oh. Well.
All right, counsel, we need to discuss anything at this time?
No.
So we'll be in recess for about 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Clear the courtroom, please. Thank you.
So I have a couple notes. I think that Reddington just had a very compelling opening statement, and I took notes during the Commonwealth's opening statement, and I noticed, I feel like there's three tactics that they're taking in order to prove that she's criminally responsible for the murders, and that's one being that they're claiming that she manipulated her doctors. Two being that her looking up how far the restaurant was calculated, and that proves that she's criminally responsible. And then three, they're trying to state that she faked the suicide. And I think that Reddington's rebuttal in his opening statement to the point that she was manipulating doctors was perfect in the way that he showed every single time she tried to get help. And I wrote down, the Commonwealth said, she said that Lindsay chose to seek mental help in the worst way possible. I think that the worst way to seek mental help is not seeking any at all. And that is the opposite of what she did. And I think that regardless of your opinion on the case, you can see that there was multiple ways, a multitude of ways that she tried to get help. And he also, his rebuttal towards the fake suicide claims, I think was very important for the jury to see right off the bat, because as hard as it is to look at and to think of, you know, the Commonwealth saying that she faked a suicide when she was in the state that she is, and more so the fact that you, as a juror, you can look over and see that she's paralyzed. That's not indicative of faking a suicide. And she also, the Commonwealth also starts off by saying that it's, you know, common sense. You'll have to rely on your common sense. And I think that, you know, to me, it feels like they're trying to minimize aspects of this case that just shouldn't be minimized. But I think that there was a stark difference between the Commonwealth and the defense's delivery with those statements. Because I think as a juror, I felt like Reddington just knew the case a ton more than the Commonwealth does. If anyone knows her name, you can say it, because I don't know the prosecutor's name. But that being said, I feel like the weight that I'm feeling and that you guys are feeling, I'm sure, is nothing compared to what Lindsay Clancy is feeling in this moment. And I think that you can see that in her reaction. At least I feel like I can. And I feel like in a case like this, the question that we should juggle with ourselves is not only whether she's criminally responsible, but we have to think about, does justice in a case like this mean, you know, punishing and further incarcerating a mother who was going through a mental health crisis? Or would the real justice be, you know, putting pressure on our healthcare system? You know, we have a lot of advocates for mental health when it comes to the general public, but in terms of how it coincides with the law, we can see in a case like this that the Commonwealth starts off just immediately, in my opinion, it felt like shaming, like, you know, taking the approach of, you know, you didn't, you went about it the wrong way. You went about seeking mental help the wrong way, which I think is just a scary precedent to set, because, you know, Sorry, but I think it's a scary precedent to set because the best thing you can do when going through a mental health crisis is to try to find help. And I think that going to multiple doctors or going to multiple different inpatients only goes to show how much she actually wanted that help, you know. And I think that Reddington did a good job showing that. But I think as a juror, I mean, you can see that, you know, the Commonwealth coming right out the door was to take a super emotional tactic. And I definitely wasn't surprised by that because this is a case where you have young victims and anybody, whether you agree with the Commonwealth case or the defense's, it's tragic. Regardless of how you feel, there was a tragedy that occurred, and they're going to harp on the feelings of, you know, the acts that were committed. And everything they said didn't prove to me that she is criminally responsible, that she had the mental capacity to see the wrongfulness in what she was doing. Because to me, you can say, oh, well, she's looking up, she's looking up how to kill, and she's looking up how far this restaurant is. She's planning things. Planning, to me, and I'm sure we'll understand more when the psychologists and psychiatrists talk about this, because I'm not, an expert, but to me, being able to plan things is not indicative of having the mental capacity to understand wrongfulness in what you're doing, because no one's arguing the facts of the case and the acts that occurred. No one's arguing that it wasn't her, that it didn't happen, but you can't, if you can't have an established proof that there's that she had the mental capacity, then the Commonwealth really doesn't have a case. But I wasn't really reading the chat as I was talking. I went on a little bit of a rant, but I want to hear your guys' opinions too. Resist Impulse says killing her kids because of having a controlling personality is a weak argument. If they continue banging that drum, it may harden a juror against the prosecutor's theory. I agree. I think that to me isn't a strong argument because, the prosecutor even said, oh, she didn't trust anyone else to properly care for her children, and that's why she took their lives. And I think that that's, she obviously trusted her parents, who she called for help when she was struggling. She trusted her husband. It wasn't about trusting other people to care for her children, because when she put herself, she attempted to go into inpatient. She attempted to do all these things. She attempted to get support from, we would assume, people that she trusts. So to me, the argument that because she was such a control freak, she's, she just couldn't trust anyone to leave her kids with, I agree that that's a weak argument. And I think that at the end of the day, if the Commonwealth doesn't have more substantial proof than what we've heard so far, then there's nothing that goes to say that she had the mental capacity to understand the wrongfulness in the acts that she was committing. I think that, you know, there's obvious remorse. And when you look at it, you know, if you take the defense's theory, you're looking at a woman who basically came to after this episode and went through the realization of what had happened and what she did when she was in that state. And I think that the weight that she carries, that that's not something that you can overcome. And that's not, and I think it's natural in a case with young victims. I think the natural response is, oh, we want justice. Like, someone needs to be punished for this. And I think that that's a natural reaction to have. But is the Commonwealth just pursuing this case in order to punish someone rather than in order to find true justice and make sure that a mother isn't in this state again? So Kitten Pusher says, I feel like whenever we see defendants with mental health challenges, if they show any sign of rational action during the crime, it washes away the psychosis. Though those two things do coexist. I agree. And I touched on that a little bit, but I think that that's exactly how the Commonwealth is trying to prove criminal responsibility. Is they're saying, well, you had a rational thought process when you know, looked up the distance to the restaurant. You were rational when you were Googling how to do XYZ. But I think, to me, making those decisions, you can still be rational and be in psychosis, as you're saying. And I think that, like, I like to think of it, especially when you're thinking of, you know, command hallucinations, like, you have to think of it as if it's two separate beings. So this separate being that, like, in her case, she says it was a man, giving her command hallucinations. This is I think of it as a different entity. This person that's commanding her can still make rational decisions. Oh, rationally, I need to, you know, remove my husband from this scenario so that I can do XYZ. And to me, that doesn't prove that that she wasn't in psychosis. At any point, you, like you're saying, you can have rational appearing thought processes. You can still plan things while being in active psychosis. To me, it's like, in the moment, deciding to ask her husband to go, you know, leave the house, that doesn't lead me to think of premeditation. Yeah, a couple of you were talking about how it's kind of unbelievable that they're going with the you know, fake suicide. I don't see it. I imagine that they're not going to harp on it too much, because I think that it dwindles their case. Because, you know, when, like, if I'm a juror and you lose me in one portion, and, you know, you can't, the burden of proof is on the Commonwealth, and you can't prove that someone did not want to kill themselves, especially when that someone has, you know, medical history proving postpartum proving depression, proving the medications they were on, it's a lot harder to prove that that person didn't want to kill themselves, especially when you see the attempt and when you see the lacerations, and it was a hard sight. And I think after seeing that, maybe they're going to shift away from continuing to push, like hard push that angle, because I don't think it's one that's going to help them out in any sort of way. But I think that I personally think that Reddington, you know, I think he killed it. But I also think that, like, to me, as a, like, if I were a juror, I think that his, you know, he had emotion, but not in the way that the Commonwealth was using emotion. The Commonwealth was describing the children. And I think that the way that Reddington described the children was powerful in the way that he talked about how much she really did love them. You know, this was not like, this was an involved mother who really loved her kids, and that's what he went on to say. But I think that the way that the Commonwealth was using emotion was in a way of, you know, if you don't feel this way about this case, you're wrong. If you don't feel that, you know, like, she was trying to push that, she specifically said, I wrote it down, she said, to use your common sense after playing on emotion. And I think that that tactic to me is just, it would be tough as a juror in this position. And I think that route, if you have to be, you know, pushing down someone's throat of, you know, use common sense and look at the victims and how does that make you feel, that's not compelling to me in the way that it's not proving that she was criminally responsible in any way. But again, I'm not surprised at that tactic, because it's just in a case like this, I think that the prosecution is being very tactical. You know, I think that they purposely chose, like, a woman to give as the prosecutor in this case, because it's, you know, I guess it looks better for a woman to be saying she didn't get the proper she didn't seek the proper mental health. She went about that in the worst way possible. I don't think it comes off right with anyone saying it, but it's, you know, there's not many ways to go about this case. And I feel as a juror, it would just be, you know, I feel like when you're in the courtroom and you're, you know, actually seeing Lindsay Clancy and, you know, the weight that she's obviously carrying in this moment, I think it's hard for me to think that it's common sense to think that this was a calculated murder. I think that the Commonwealth saying that, you know, it's common sense that this was calculated, and that she was manipulating doctors. And I think that story is far more of a stretch than the one that the defense laid out so far. I'm reading through a couple of your comments now because I want to get your guys' opinions as well. The real Kate O says, people don't understand what sleep deprivation does to your mind. People without MI who are put in sleep deprivation go crazy in 72 hours. Now imagine months and months of not sleeping. I agree. I actually watched a documentary about sleep deprivation, and yeah, those people were completely different human beings in, like you said, a couple days of fully not sleeping. And if you're not sleeping and you're getting, to me, there's tons of explanations of how her mental health could have led to this. And I think that the doctors, especially when Reddington's going on talking about how, she would be balled up on the couch and banging her head on the couch and just obviously distraught. And this is months before the murders occurred. And this is, to me, there's no way that I'm looking at this woman and I'm not seeing someone who's in distress and someone who needs help and someone who's trying to get help. So I think that when, the Commonwealth saying that, basically, and what my mom said, because they're listening to they listened to the open statements via call, and my mom was saying that they're running with she was playing the long game of faking the mental health crisis. And I think that that's, it's hard, if not impossible, to prove, because when there's multiple witnesses, so far he mentioned that Patrick is going to be testifying, but also, uh, Patrick and her parents were there throughout this mental health crisis, that not even just, the days or weeks leading up, but months. This went on for months where she was trying to get help, and obviously that help wasn't good enough. Sub Rosa says that she loved the timeline. I think that the timeline was very strong as well. I think that most of the factors that the Commonwealth touched on being sorry, actually my parents just touched down. So hopefully they'll be talking to you guys soon. But yeah, sorry, lost my train of thought. But I think that the factors that Reddington touched on were a great rebuttal for what the jurors just heard from the Commonwealth, being that that she was manipulating the people around her and her doctors, that she was calculating kicking her husband out of the house, that she was faking the suicide. I think he touched on all of those things. And I think if I'm the mind of a juror, listening to both, I think I would have a pretty clear headspace of the tactics that both the defense and the Commonwealth are going to be using in this case, and what they're going to make of it, we'll have to see. But yeah, as I've seen some of you guys mention, I'm very interested to see the healthcare professionals testify in this case, because I'm not super well versed when it comes to I've taken psychology classes, but I think that it'll be really interesting. It'll also be very informative. And um and I'm very interested to see where that goes. This is also something that I want to hear the healthcare professionals speak about. That timeline of the medicines is what got me. She didn't have to have the postpartum psychosis. The mix of meds could have easily caused psychosis. Those meds have to be spread out further. I want to hear more about what Reddington was saying when he's talking about, he was talking about bipolar and the medications that she was put on that were not compatible with the medication she was either already on or being bipolar in general. So that's also something that I'm expecting they will address, and that I'm wanting to see, because like you said, if there's an explanation of psychosis just between the meds that she was put on, he brought out the list of different meds that she was put on in such close relation or even on top of each other. So it'll definitely be important. I'm reading some of your guys' opinions now, but I think that we got Bob and Allie back in the chat. Maybe. I saw someone tag them. But I think that regardless of your opinion on this case, I think that this case is extremely important, and it pushes for people to advocate for mental health, not only in a general societal sense, but also to look deeper into mental health in the legal system. Where do we draw the line between criminal responsibility when it comes to, mental capacity and understanding wrongness, and how that can affect, what we have in place with the standards we have now. Like, if, in a case like this, where you can see that this was, and even the Commonwealth says this specifically, she says that they're not going to argue that she didn't have mental health issues, but she says that you can have mental health issues and still be criminally responsible for a crime. So I guess the question is, where do you draw that line? Because in a case like this, where as the defense is saying, she's having commanding hallucinations, she's fully in psychosis and does not have, the mental capacity over what she's doing because of the episode that she's in, it's hard to delineate where you would draw that line. Joe says lunch money since Bob spent all his on Bears tickets. Thanks. I think a couple more of you. Are you guys covering this every day? My daughter had postpartum depression. I think that they are going to cover, I assume that they would cover every day of the case. This is the only day that we've talked about me covering it. I know they're on vacation, and I'm assuming it starts back up on Wednesday, because they said they're not sitting tomorrow. So I don't know, but I'm sure that they'll beyond this week, 100% they'll be covering everything. But for the rest of this week, I'm not exactly sure. But I think that that's why this case is so important, is because, you know, as you said, your daughter had postpartum. This is something that so many women deal with, and representation for it is very skewed, whether it's people not understanding or not really accepting the truths of postpartum depression and how relentless it can be if you don't, get the proper help, which in this case, I don't believe she did. So yeah, I think that's one of the reasons that it's such a hard-hitting case. So Kylie says, I just keep thinking about how hard it would be to self-report and seek help when the problem you're having directly affects your career that you love and potentially your ability to go back. And this was actually something I wanted to touch on. And I saw some of you guys commenting about it too, but the Commonwealth, I would say, deliberately didn't include the fact that she was a child labor and delivery nurse, because she dedicated her entire life to children, and as you were saying, when you're in an established career, and especially when things like postpartum are sometimes thought of as shameful and you might feel that way, it's 100% super difficult to seek help in that way. When you are thinking about, how are people going to perceive this? What is this going to do to my career? How is this going to affect me? And I think that what speaks volumes is the fact that she did seek help ad nauseum. There's my dad in the chat. He says, we landed. We are so amazed by you. Thanks, Dad. Demi says, what does it say about us as a society when we tell people who need mental health care not to be ashamed, only for our justice system to use it against us? Yeah, this kind of goes along with what I was saying in general, is when you look at this case from a societal point and what it means when, you know, mental health and the justice system clash, it's very true that, you know, someone, when we're in a society where we've been, I would say in recent times, advocating a ton, not to the point where we should be, but us as a society have gotten a lot better at advocating for mental health. But then, like you're saying, you can see in a case like this that it can be turned around on you really quick, because, you know, she's basically using her trying to get help against her. You know, she's saying she was manipulating doctors by hopping around, and, you know, that's indicative of something else. Or she, like, verbatim said she went about getting help the wrong way. So it's like, when you the sort of advocating that happens outside of the justice system, does that dwindle away when you look at, you know, a case like this where the prosecution is attacking a woman for getting help? I don't think that that was the right way to go about it, because I think that you can prove, like, they can make their case without making it about her getting going about getting mental health the wrong ways. Like, it's just, I think that that's a hard sell. And I don't think that that's very compelling to me. So psychometrics says psych PhD student SSRIs can cause mania and bipolar. Yeah, I think that's also what Reddington was touching on, was SSRIs and bipolar, and how problematic that can be. And I'm assuming they're going to talk about it more. And I'll be interested to learn more about it as well. Stephanie says, I love that this is a family affair. Go Cameron. Thank you. And I also
Court's in session, please proceed.
back to it.
Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant.
All right. Well, members of the jury, thank you for your patience with us. We're now going to begin the presentation of evidence. Commonwealth, you call your first witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Patrick Clancy.
Good morning, sir. Can you stop right here? Raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may have a seat, sir.
All right, good morning, sir. I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone. You can be seated if you'd like, if you're more comfortable. Okay? All right, Commonwealth, please.
Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yeah, my name is Patrick Clancy. It's Patrickclancy.
And what is your date of birth?
June 15th, 1988.
What city do you live in now?
New York.
And what do you do for a living?
I work in tech.
How long have you worked in tech?
14 years.
And were you previously married to a person named Lindsay Clancy?
Yes,
And you're divorced now, is that correct?
correct.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point to them and describe something they're wearing?
It's not necessary.
She's wearing a pink shirt.
Record will reflect the identification of the defendant.
Thank you. Where did you meet the defendant?
In South Boston.
And when was that?
I think it was May 2013.
And how did you meet her?
Through my cousin.
And would it be accurate to state that your cousin had been college roommates of the defendant?
Yes.
And at some point in time, did you start dating?
Yes.
And around what time was that?
July 2013.
Did you eventually move in together?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
September 2015.
And where did you live?
In Quincy.
How long did you live in Quincy?
1 year.
And where did you go after that?
We bought a house in Weymouth.
And how long did you live in Weymouth?
2 years.
Did you eventually get married?
Yes.
And when was that?
December 2016.
And was that while you were living in Weymouth?
Yes.
Did you have your first child when you were living in Weymouth?
Yes.
And what was her name?
Cora.
And what was her date of birth?
December 24th, 2017.
Prior to getting married, did the defendant ever tell you she had taken psychiatric medication while in nursing school?
Not that I recall.
After having Cora, did the three of you move somewhere else?
Yeah, we moved to Duxbury.
And what was your address in Duxbury?
47 Summer Street.
And do you recall when you moved there?
I believe it was July 2018.
And where were you working at that time?
I was working for a startup called Automation Anywhere.
At some point in time, did you start working for Microsoft?
Yes.
And when was that?
May 2020.
And when you worked for Microsoft, did you go to an office or did you work from home?
I worked from home.
And was that from 2020 onward that you worked from home?
No, I started working from home in 2018.
2018, okay. So from 2018 up until, let's say, 2023, you were working from home, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you have an office in your home which you worked out of?
Eventually, yeah.
And where was that located?
In the basement.
And was that a finished basement?
Yes.
Going back to after Cora was born, do you recall the defendant having any physical issues after the birth?
Yeah.
And what were those?
I think there was a lot of tearing and she bled a lot.
Did it take her a while to recover physically?
I would say so, yeah.
Did she have maternity leave at that time?
Yes.
Where was she working?
Mass General Hospital.
And what was she doing there?
She's a labor and delivery nurse.
At that point in time when she had Cora in 2017, how long had she been a nurse?
3 years, maybe.
And Do you recall how long her maternity leave was with Cora?
That was the shortest of the 3. I want to say it was 10 or 11 weeks.
And did you have paternity leave at that time?
Yeah, I had 2 weeks.
2 weeks, okay. When you went back after the 2 weeks back to work in the home, were there any issues that you noticed the defendant having?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to correct an earlier statement. I was working for Pegasus Systems when Cora was born.
Okay. And then eventually you worked for Microsoft?
Yeah.
Okay. And so after the 2 weeks of your paternity leave, the defendant was still on maternity leave, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did she have to take any psychiatric medications at that time?
Not that I know of. She had a lot of anxiety, but...
Okay. So you're saying that she had some anxiety at that time. Is that correct?
Yeah.
How did that manifest, or how did you know that?
She just really struggled with the date of going back to work.
So immediately after having Cora, as she healed physically, what was her mood like when you're both on leave?
It was great. It was good.
Good. Okay.
I mean, relatively, yeah.
And so did the anxiety start as it became closer in time to when she had to go back to work?
Yes.
How many shifts was she working at that time?
Before Cora was born, she was working at least 40 hours, maybe more. After she went back to work, it was, I think, initially just one.
One shift?
Yeah.
And was that a 12-hour shift?
It was per diem.
Per diem.
And then she eventually did 2 shifts.
Okay.
I think it was 20 weeks.
After 20 weeks, she moved to 2 shifts?
I'm sorry, it was 20 hours a week.
20 hours a week, okay. And so from the time she worked her way back up to 20 hours a week at work until she had your next child, did it remain that 20 hours per week that she worked?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. And did you have any assistance in the home during that time after she went back to work? A nanny or a babysitter?
Yeah, we had babysitters. We had a babysitter who came probably 12 hours a week.
And did that typically happen after your wife had a shift, that the nanny or the babysitter would be there?
Yeah, so she could sleep.
Did the defendant work overnights?
Yeah.
And how long did you have that nanny or babysitter for?
Several years.
Do you remember her name?
We called her Miss Jen.
Miss Jen? Do you remember her last name?
Shanahan.
And then you had a second child, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was their name?
Dawson.
And what was Dawson's date of birth?
September 30th, 2019.
And was Miss Jen still helping out in the home at that time?
Yeah.
And what was Dawson's delivery like?
Pretty traumatic.
How so?
He was in I think a breech position. So he came out in I guess I don't know much about it, but not an ideal way, and it caused just significant bruising and tearing.
So again, did the defendant with this second pregnancy have some pain and difficulty physically healing from the birth?
Yeah, much more so than Cora.
Okay. And was she on maternity leave at that time?
Yes.
How many weeks leave did she have at that time?
I don't recall, but I think it was more than the traditional 12. I want to say it was 13 or 14, maybe more.
Page 13, if I may approach.
You may.
You don't have to keep telling me the pages, that's okay.
I could have you look at page 13 and just read to yourselves lines 6 through 10, and then just look up when you're finished. Does that refresh your memory as to how much maternity leave the defendant had after Dawson's birth?
Yeah,
And what was it?
18.
18 weeks?
Mhm.
Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And, after dealing with the physical pain of birth and starting to heal, how was her demeanor and experience during that maternity leave?
I think it was fine at first. It was always when she had to go back to work, that's when she struggled. So,
Okay. So that was a pattern that you saw after
Yeah.
the baby, maternity leave was good, and then she'd struggle going back to work?
she just had a really hard time being separated from them.
What was the plan for how many shifts she would work or how many hours she would work after Dawson was born?
I believe it was the same thing.
And in terms of Ms. Shanahan, the babysitter, you had mentioned before that she was there about 12 hours a week. Did that stay consistent after Dawson's birth, or was it more or less?
Probably consistent.
After Dawson's birth, did the defendant ever tell you whether she was on any psychiatric medication after Dawson's birth?
No.
Did she seek treatment or tell you she sought treatment after Dawson's birth?
Yeah, she got a therapist for a short period of time, but it didn't last very long.
Did she tell you that at the time or later?
At the time.
Okay. And did she have any psychiatric hospitalizations or commitments at that time?
No.
What about after Cora's birth? Any psychiatric hospitalizations or treatments?
No.
Was there a time after Dawson's birth where she wanted to declutter your garage?
Maybe at some point.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you assist her with that?
Yeah.
Okay. And how was that done?
We had a lot of stuff to throw away, and I think we sold some stuff on Facebook Marketplace. We just had a lot of stuff.
So did the two of you go through the items in the garage and organize it into what you would keep, what you would throw away, and what you would sell?
Yes.
Okay. And so it was very organized?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay. And you finished the project, is that correct?
It was always ongoing.
Now, eventually you had your third child, correct?
Yeah.
And what was their name?
Callan.
And what was his date of birth?
May 26th, 2022.
Can you describe that delivery for us?
It was great. From what I could tell, it was relatively quick. It was during the day. We were both smiling after, and I don't think there was as much physical trauma.
Nothing compared to what happened with Cora or Dawson, is that correct?
Correct.
Did the defendant have maternity leave after Callan's birth?
Yeah.
And how long was that leave?
She never went back.
How long was it planned for initially?
I want to say 18 weeks.
Okay. And were you on paternity leave as well?
Yes.
And how long was your paternity leave?
12 weeks.
So with Callan being born on May 26, 2022, the two of you were home with the children that summer on leave. Is that correct?
Yeah.
What was family life like during that time period, those summer months?
It was great. We had a lot of time off. I was able to spend a lot of time with, I spent a lot of time with Cora and Dawson. So I would take them around, the playgrounds and birthday parties and stuff like that.
Okay. And what would Lindsay be doing while you were with Cora and Dawson?
Sometimes she'd come with us with Callan, but oftentimes we did kind of like a divide and conquer. So she'd be home with Callan and I'd be out with the older kids.
And what types of family activities did you all do during those summer months?
We went on a couple vacations. We went to the beach. We went out on our boat and went to friends' houses.
During those months, when you're going to the beach and out on the boat and visiting with friends, were there any signs of anxiety in the defendant during those months?
I would say starting in September, yes, but in the previous months, not so much.
When had she been scheduled to go back to work?
I don't remember the exact date, but I think it was October.
Okay. So again, it was that pattern of as it became closer in time to go back to work,
Yeah.
she started to struggle?
Yeah.
During the times when she would get anxious, when it was time to go back to work and she would start being anxious, did you ever have any difficulty understanding her when she spoke?
No.
And did she ever exhibit any behavior that made you concerned enough to call a doctor or want to commit her?
No.
When she was showing this anxiety, what were you seeing in her behavior?
Just a lot of stress. There were days where she had all 3 kids, and there's different nap schedules and different needs. So it was just really stressful.
Okay. And you're still working in the basement office at this point after Callan's born, correct?
I went back to work late August.
Okay. And when you work downstairs, how often would you come upstairs during the day?
All the time for lunch, or just to say hi.
Were there times when Lindsay would ask you to hold the baby in the office while she was doing something?
So, yeah.
Okay. And were there times when you would watch one or more of the children while she took another to a doctor's appointment or to an errand or something like that?
Yeah, if it worked out with the schedule, yeah.
Okay. What was the plan in terms of how many shifts or hours she was going to work after Callan?
I believe the plan was 2 shifts per week, but there's a lot of flexibility. She could have done really anything.
Do you recall saying previously that you were going to start off with 1 shift and hopefully move to 2?
I could imagine, yeah.
Okay. And you said there were some options, correct? What were those options if that didn't work out?
Well, I always put money aside in basically our own maternity account, just so that if she needed more flexibility, we planned for that. So
if she needed more time off, more than what her work would provide for her, you were financially secure enough to afford that at that time? During this time, in the fall of 2022, were Cora and Dawson attending preschool?
Yes.
And where was that?
Learning Sprouts.
And where is Learning Sprouts located?
Duxbury.
How often were they attending Learning Sprouts?
Full days Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and a half day on Thursday.
And what was a full day? What hours?
I think it was 9 to 4.
9 a.m. to 4 p.m.?
I think so, yeah.
And what was a half day?
Like 9 to 12:30. I think they might have had some days where they started early. I can't remember.
Okay. But basically all day, working hours all day, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then the mornings on Thursday. Is that right?
Right.
And who would do drop-offs for school?
We both would.
And what about pickups?
Both of us.
Together or take turns?
Usually we would take turns.
Now, at some point in time after Callan was born, did you hire a nanny?
Yes.
And when was that?
I think it was in August or September.
Of 2022?
Yeah.
And who was that nanny?
Lainey. I don't remember her last name.
Does Elaine Rossi sound familiar?
Yeah.
And do you recall how many days per week Elaine was going to work when you hired her?
I think it was 12 hours.
But it wouldn't be 12 hours altogether. It would be spread out over the week. Is that right?
Correct.
And who was she hired to take care of?
Everyone. But mainly it was going to be Callan.
Because Cora and Dawson would be at school?
For the most part, yeah.
And what was the plan for when Elaine would work? Was it that same type of after Lindsay worked shifts or something different?
Yeah, the goal was after Lindsay would work. I mean, she never went back to work, but I think we wanted to get her just like oriented with our house and the kids. So we had her start before, and then she was amazing. She was an amazing caregiver, but eventually we decided to let her go because Lindsay was home anyways.
So when you initially hired her in August or September, you said Lindsay was going back to work in October. So is that what you're talking about, that give her that month or so, give Elaine that month or so to get situated and acclimated to the house?
Yeah.
Okay. Have the kids get used to her. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Elaine, did she also do some cleaning, laundry, and food prep?
Yeah. Yeah. She was amazing.
Now, during this time frame, and again in the end of summer, fall period of 2022, what types of activities were Cora and Dawson doing?
Gymnastics. Are you talking about organized activities or just in general?
Organized.
I only remember gymnastics.
Did they both do the gymnastics?
Yeah.
And then were they also participating, maybe not in organized situations, but in swimming, soccer, skiing, things like that?
Yeah, they were doing swimming. And yeah, Cora and Dawson did skiing. Yeah, Cora started doing soccer. She didn't really like it, but did a little bit.
And who took them skiing?
I did.
And as in terms of the swimming, where would you do that?
We did it at Goldfish in Rockland, I think. And then Lindsay took them somewhere in, I think, Plymouth. I don't remember where it was.
So you would each take them swimming at various times?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you also do some swimming at the Kingsbury Club?
Yes.
And what is the Kingsbury Club?
It's like a gym with a pool. And they had childcare, so sometimes they would hang out in the kids' room and we would go work out.
And is that in Duxbury?
It's on the Kingston-Duxbury line. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah.
Okay. And so you could drop the kids off at the daycare portion and go work out or swim or something like that?
Yeah, or we could go with them and go swimming.
Okay. Did Lindsay work out?
Yes.
She was very health conscious?
I think so.
And were you aware that she had been an athlete in both high school and college?
Yes.
Do you recall what she did?
Competitive cheerleading.
Now, when you were together, what type of exercise would she do or did she prefer?
She did a lot of running. She did the Peloton, and she did, there's like some program called Beachbody, I think.
Do you recall when she started Beachbody?
Maybe in the spring of 2022. I'm not sure.
So right before having Callan, would that be accurate?
Probably, yeah.
When you returned to work, and you said that was in August, correct?
Yes.
What was the defendant's demeanor when you returned to work?
Increased anxiety and definitely, stressed out.
Do you recall describing her as slightly stressed but in good spirits?
Yeah.
And when she was stressed out, when she was showing some anxiety, how did that manifest?
I don't really know how to describe it. I guess it's just any way you can tell that somebody's stressed out. And I don't know, she would say, I'm not looking forward to going back to work. I remember once she said it's just so unnatural to be separated from your newborn, stuff like that.
So she didn't want to go back to work? Is that what you're saying?
I think she did. It was just a really difficult transition for her.
And do you recall attending a wedding on September 17th, 2022?
Yeah.
And where was that wedding?
New Hampshire.
Was it just you and Lindsay that went, or did the whole family go?
We brought Callan.
And when you were at that wedding, do you recall having a conversation with Lindsay about medication?
Yes.
What did she say to you?
We were walking downtown, and she said, I think I'm going to start taking Zoloft.
And did she tell you why she wanted to start taking Zoloft?
She said, I think it's really going to help with my anxiety and with going back to work.
And did she tell you how she was going to go about getting Zoloft?
Yeah, I asked her, how are you going to get Zoloft? It's a prescription. And she said, usually just ask the doctor and they'll give it to you.
And did she tell you that she was going to see a psychiatrist?
Yeah, I believe so.
And when she did that, did she tell you who she was going to see?
No.
Okay. Did you eventually learn the name of the person who she went to see?
Months later, yeah.
Okay. And who was that?
Jennifer Tufts.
Okay. And did Lindsay tell you when she started seeing Dr. Jennifer Tufts?
No.
Did you learn, or strike that, did Lindsay tell you when she received the medication and when she started it?
No. I should correct that. It's not exactly.
Well, let me just ask a question first.
Sure.
Did you have a conversation with Lindsay about the medication she was on?
Eventually, yeah, but I didn't know the start date.
Okay. And so when did this conversation take place, this eventual conversation?
Probably the end of October.
Okay. And at that point, what did Lindsay tell you about the medication and how she was taking it?
I don't remember exactly, but I learned that she was taking the Zoloft, and I don't remember really too much about it after that. She was just taking it, and we were seeing how it went.
And did you notice any changes in her physically during that time frame that she was on it and you weren't aware she was on it?
At the time, no, I don't think I did.
And did you notice any changes in her emotionally during that time when she was on it, but you weren't aware she was on it?
Yeah, she wasn't really improving. She just kind of seems to be gradually becoming more in like a depressed state.
And how was that manifesting? What were you noticing?
It was just small things. I was planning a trip with Cora to San Francisco, and she was nervous about us going. And I remember we went to a Halloween event, and just leading up to it, I remember it just kind of seemed like she didn't want to go for some reason.
Okay. Now, do you recall learning that she had actually obtained the prescription the day before she told you she was going to ask for the prescription?
I did later learn that, yeah.
Okay. So she's telling you at the wedding that she is going to ask to take this medication and going to see a psychiatrist to get on that medication, but she actually already had the prescription. Is that correct?
Correct. I don't think she started taking it yet, but she already had it.
Okay. And Did Lindsay tell you how long she took the medication for?
She may have. I don't remember the exact time frame. I just remember she took it for a period of time and then her sleep started to suffer, so she stopped taking it.
And did she tell you whether or not she spoke to her provider, her doctor, about the troubles she was having?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And did Lindsay tell you that she was advised to double the dose of the Zoloft?
She may have. I don't remember.
Page 31. You could look at lines 20 to 22 and then just look up when you're
Sure.
finished.
Okay, yeah, apparently she did.
Did that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
And so did Lindsay tell you that she was supposed to double the dose?
I guess she did, yeah.
Did you notice any changes in her sleep during that time when she was on the medication, but you weren't aware she was on it?
Eventually, yeah.
When was that?
I don't remember the exact dates. But she just, one night she said, do you mind? She started by saying, I'm not mad or anything, but do you mind sleeping in the basement? And letting me just sleep in our room with Callan. And then you can take the monitors down in the basement. And if Cora and Dawson get up, you can get up with them. She said, I've just been having a lot of trouble sleeping. And I'm hoping that, like, if there's less in and out, then there'll be less disruption.
Okay. Had you noticed prior to her telling you this that she was up a lot or having trouble sleeping, like physically seeing her awake?
No, not that I recall.
And did you in fact start sleeping in the basement for a period of time?
I think I did it for like 2 nights, and then she actually went down in the basement.
Okay, so then you went back up to your bedroom to sleep, is that correct?
Yeah.
And how long did Lindsay sleep in the basement for after that?
Maybe a couple weeks.
And so during that time frame, was she telling you that she was still having trouble sleeping?
Yes.
But you weren't actually down there watching her sleep. You're getting this information from her, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that out of the Zoloft prescription she was given, she only took 7 pills?
No.
After you had the conversation with Lindsay where she said she was going to double the dose of Zoloft, did you notice any difference in her demeanor or behavior?
I would say yes. I don't know if I connected it with the doubling of her Zoloft, but over that period of time, she just kept getting worse and worse.
And what period of time was that? What month are we in?
Mid-October to the end of December.
Okay, so she got the prescription in September, started taking it in October, took 7 pills, but was having difficulty in December. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
From this medication?
Yep. Well, I don't know which medication it was from, but yeah.
Okay. At some point in time, did Lindsay switch providers?
Yes.
And why did she do that?
Because whatever she was doing with Jennifer Tufts, it wasn't working. She was only getting worse. And she thought that it would be better if she worked with, I guess, more of like a perinatal psychiatrist.
And did she get a referral or a recommendation of where to go?
I think so, yeah.
Do you know who gave her that recommendation?
It might have been my mother.
And your mother's a nurse at South Shore Hospital, correct?
Yeah.
Does she also do labor and delivery work?
Yes.
Okay. And so do you know which provider or which office she recommended?
Yeah, her name is Julie Paul.
And was she at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. And do you know when that was?
I don't know the dates on that.
Do you recall saying previously that it was towards the end of November?
Yeah, that sounds accurate. Yeah.
Okay. And you said she initially saw someone named Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know how long she saw Julie Paul at that facility?
I think it was only 4 or 5 days.
And were you aware that Julie Paul left that office?
Yes.
And do you know who Lindsay saw after Julie Paul?
Rebecca Gelata.
And was Rebecca Gelata a nurse practitioner?
Yes.
Were you aware that she also saw a licensed social worker therapist named Letitia Dukes while she was at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
I don't recall Letitia Dukes, but it's possible.
So Lindsay never told you that she had therapy sessions with a person named Letitia Dukes during that time frame?
I don't remember any therapy sessions now.
Okay. After switching to Julie Paul and then Rebecca Gelata, did Lindsay start coming home with different prescription bottles?
Yes.
Okay. And were some of these medications that she came home with, were some of them during the time she was with Dr. Tufts?
I think some of them were, yeah.
And some of them were while she was with Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
And then some while she was with nurse practitioner Gelata, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be accurate to state that you provided the district attorney's office with a printout from CVS Pharmacy of all the prescriptions that were filled for Lindsay from September through January, September 2022 through January of 2023?
Yes.
Any objection?
No, of course not.
I'd ask her to be admitted.
Sure, yeah. In members of the jury, one of the things I forgot to tell you is anything that's entered as an exhibit, you'll have with you in the deliberating room when you're deliberating. So you'll have a chance to go over that as well. So you'll have anything that's marked as an exhibit. Okay? Thank you.
Now, while she was taking these medications, the various pills, were you always with her watching and monitoring exactly what she took?
Not always, no.
Sometimes you'd see it, sometimes you wouldn't?
Yeah.
Directing your attention to February 6th, 2023, did you go to the district attorney's office and or have your attorney go there and provide a bag of prescription medication that had belonged to Lindsay?
Yeah. I think the police took a bag of prescription medications that night, the night my kids passed away. Mm-hmm. And then there was a bag that I had in my truck that I was supposed to, nurse practitioner Gelata said you can bring them to like a police station. They get rid of them for you. But I never got around to it.
And where had you stored those in your truck?
In the center console. It's like underneath the center console that opens.
You have one of those center consoles that open up, but then there's another larger compartment below it?
Yeah.
So was it your plan to bring these to a location where they could be properly disposed?
Yeah, I didn't want to just throw them in the trash, so.
And these were all medications that had been prescribed in the past to Lindsay, but she was no longer taking, correct?
Right.
Your Honor, I don't think I have any objection to any of their exhibits, so
Okay.
she doesn't have to keep showing it to me. That's
All right.
fine.
So I'll assume if you do have an objection, just
Sure.
rise, let me know. Okay, thank you.
So for the record, a bag here with 9 pill bottles as exhibit 2, please.
Thank you.
And so looking in Exhibit 2, we have the Zoloft that was prescribed by Dr. Tufts and filled on September 15th, 2022. And I think I asked you earlier, you weren't aware that only 7 pills were taken out of this, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then there's another prescription in here for Ativan that was filled on October 26, 2022. Were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of that bottle?
Can you say the date again?
October 26, 2022.
And how many did it start with?
Let's see. Okay. 30 pills.
Okay. I mean, I don't have those exact numbers on how many she took, but there were adjustments made on the dosage of the Ativan.
Mm-hmm.
So that aligns with
But the question was, were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of this prescription?
No, but I think the context is important.
Okay. Were you aware that there was a prescription for buspirone or Buspar filled on October 26, 2022, in which only 2 pills were taken out of the 30 that were prescribed?
I found out about the Buspar later, and I didn't know about the number of pills taken.
And then were you aware that there was a prescription for hydroxynine, prescription filled on October 26, 2022 for 30 pills, and that only 3 pills were taken out of this bottle?
Which
Hydroxynine.
Yeah, what is that?
I believe it's in some type of, similar to an antihistamine, like Benadryl or something like that.
Oh, okay. I don't really recall much about that drug.
Okay. And were you aware in this bag there was another prescription for Buspar that was filled on November 9th, 2022, 30 pills prescribed, and no pills were taken out of this bottle? Were you aware of that?
I wasn't keeping track of the number of pills taken out of each bottle,
Okay.
So.
And then just ask you about one more, the Trazodone, prescribed on November 16th, 2022, by a doctor from South Shore Hospital, 30 pills. Were you aware that only 7.5 pills were taken out of this prescription?
No.
So there were a lot of pills prescribed, but not a lot of pills taken, correct?
Is that comprehensive of all the pills that were prescribed?
These are the pills that you brought into the police station. So out of these,
Out of those, yeah, it's possible that not a lot were taken.
do you recall what was the most amount of pills prescribed? I guess I could ask this better. What was the maximum number of medications she was on at any one time?
I want to say 3 or 4.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that she, at any given time, the most she was prescribed was 3, but most of the time it was 2 medications that she was prescribed at any given time?
It wouldn't be terribly surprising, no.
Now, on November 16th, 2022, did Lindsay visit South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And why did she go to the South Shore Hospital that day?
I believe that day it was because she basically went 48 hours without sleeping.
And was she having heart palpitations?
I think so, yeah.
Were you aware that she had taken a weed gummy that day?
I don't recall.
And are you aware that she didn't tell medical staff at the hospital when describing her symptoms and her medication that she left out that she had used marijuana?
I wasn't with her, so I don't know what she talked about at the hospital.
So she drove herself to the hospital?
She did.
And she drove herself home from the hospital then? Is that
Yeah.
correct? Now, during this time frame between September and November of 2022, are you still participating in activities as a family?
Between November and December?
Between September and November?
Yeah.
Okay. And what types of things were you doing?
We celebrated Halloween. I don't really remember what else, but I think we were doing things regularly.
Do you recall going to an event with food trucks?
Yeah.
And do you recall going to an event in November where there were trains to ride with the kids?
Yeah.
I could have the photo from the food truck event, this is Exhibit 3. And the photo from the train event is Exhibit 4. 3 and 4 somewhere. Can I publish?
You may.
So Exhibit 3 is this Lindsay, Cora, and Callan at that event.
Yeah.
And Exhibit 4, this Lindsay with all 3 kids at that event in November.
Yeah.
Did you have plans for Thanksgiving that year?
Yeah.
What were your plans?
I believe the order was we went to Wallingford where her parents lived in the week before, and then the week after we went to my sister's house.
And where did your sister live? What town?
South Hamilton.
And that was a week after Thanksgiving, is that right, correct?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, it was.
And is this a photo from Thanksgiving at your sister's house?
Yes.
I could have this photo marked as Exhibit 5, I believe.
Right, that may be marked.
5. Showing you what's been marked. Exhibit 5. Is this Lindsay here on the left?
Yes.
And are those your sisters in the photo with her?
That's one of my sisters and my sister-in-law.
Okay. And have they coordinated outfits for the day? The shirts?
Yeah, I think my sister did.
What was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
She was in rough shape.
Rough shape?
Yeah.
How so?
She wasn't talking much. She had low energy. She was really depressed. I just remember when she showed up, my sister-in-law gave her a big hug.
And she was able to get through dinner, eat dinner with everyone?
Yeah.
Okay. She interacted with people, is that correct?
I would say very little, but to some degree, sure.
And she took care of the kids with you while she was there?
We both took care of the kids together.
You mentioned earlier that your wedding anniversary is in December, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall going out for your anniversary on December 3rd, 2022, going into Boston?
No, we didn't go out.
You don't recall arranging for a massage for Lindsay and then going to the Omni Parker house and going out to dinner that night?
No, December 3rd, 2022, we stayed home.
You stayed home, okay. Showing you a photo of you and Lindsay. You recognize this photo?
Yeah.
And when was that taken?
I'm not really sure.
It wasn't taken on December 3rd when you were out celebrating your anniversary?
In 2022?
Yes.
No. No, we wanted to go out, but we canceled because she wasn't feeling well. So we stayed home. We got takeout.
Okay. Did you also, on November 26th, 2022, go out as a family to get a Christmas tree?
Yes. Well, probably. I don't know. But yeah, around that time, yes.
Okay. Showing you two photos. Are these from that day when you got the Christmas tree?
Yeah, that looks accurate.
You could have the first photo with all five. Six. And then the second one is Exhibit 7. Exhibit 7. Showing you Exhibit 6. This is all of you at the tree farm.
Yeah.
And Exhibit 7, those are the kids.
Yes.
Around December 6, 2022, did Lindsay tell you she was starting a new medication?
I don't remember specifically.
Is it that you don't remember the date or you don't remember her starting a new medication?
I'm not sure.
Do you remember Lindsay telling you at some point she was starting the medication Seroquel?
Yes.
Do you remember around what time frame that was?
I thought it was before December 6th.
Okay. And do you recall how she was physically after starting the Seroquel?
Awful.
How so?
That was really where her big spiral started. She started to lose a lot of weight, and she became very depressed, and she was having a really hard time.
And did she describe to you some thoughts or feelings that she was having at that time?
Yeah, she started to say she was suicidal.
And was that in December of 2022?
I think so, yeah.
And when she told you she was suicidal, did you ask her if she had a plan on how to kill herself?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She said no.
And did she ever mention a specific way or plan she had to kill herself to you?
No.
And at some point in time, did she tell you that this was the first time she had had suicidal thoughts?
I don't know if she mentioned it was the first time or not. I just remember her saying she had them.
Had you ever heard her say that to you before, that she was having suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did you own at that time a Surface Pro, a type of tablet that works as a laptop?
Yeah.
And who had access to that laptop?
We both did.
Okay. You and Lindsay?
Yeah.
And going back to August 22nd, 2022, did you click on a link on that Surface Pro that was titled Methods of Suicide?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And August 22nd, 2022, that was before Lindsay had been on any medications, as far as you know, correct?
Correct.
Going back to December, she's told you that she's having these thoughts. What's your reaction when she tells you that she's having these suicidal thoughts?
I just wanted to support her. I asked those questions back to her, and her mother was coming up pretty regularly anyways, so we let them know, and we just try to be supportive.
Did she also tell you at that time, at the beginning of December, that she was having some other intrusive thoughts?
Yeah.
Is that how she described them or how you described them, intrusive thoughts?
I would say both.
Okay. And when she told you that she was having intrusive thoughts, did you ask her what they were?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
She described thoughts of hurting the kids, or them having some sort of ailment. So like she was very worried that Cora had, whenever she had a stomach ache, she became overly worried that she was, had like a liver problem or something much more dramatic than it was.
Okay. But going back to that first part, she said she had thoughts of harming the kids. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And did she tell you whether or not she had specific thoughts of how she would harm the kids?
No.
And she didn't describe that as hearing this external voice telling her to harm the kids, correct?
Correct.
She told you she was having intrusive thoughts herself of harming the children, correct?
Correct.
And did you ask her how she was going to harm the kids?
I didn't ask it in that way. It was the same thing. I said, do you have a plan, and is it disturbing to you? And she said no, and then she said yes. And
let me go back for a minute there. You said, do you have a plan? And she said no. What was the second question? Second part of the question?
Do you find it disturbing?
Okay.
And she said yes. And she described it as, really the way she was describing it as something that might happen to the kids.
So it was more something might happen than she might do something. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And did she tell you how long she had those thoughts for?
She didn't give a duration.
And how many times did she tell you this, that she had thoughts of harming the kids?
A couple times.
And was that a couple times over the course of a night or two in December?
Yeah.
And as a result of her telling you this, that she had thoughts of harming the kids, what did you do?
Her parents came up, and I think I asked her at some point, do you feel like you need to be kept away from them? And she said no. And then, it was very confusing because a minute later she was making them lunch or playing with them or, getting them ready for bed or whatever it was.
So it was confusing in that she wasn't physically harming them at the time, but had these thoughts. Is that what you're saying?
Right. I never saw Lindsay harm the kids.
And did you also, as a result of these statements, suggest an appointment with nurse practitioner Gelada?
It wasn't as a result of these statements. That appointment was set up because we were at her parents' house in Wallingford for Thanksgiving, and she just described how she was feeling on the medication, and she felt that she was addicted to them.
Was that the benzodiazepines that she thought she was addicted to?
Primarily, and then she was taking Seroquel at the same time, and she might have been taking Trazodone or Remeron, I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you recall testifying previously that I called her parents to come up to stay with us, and I told her that I asked her who her doctor was because I was very concerned at this point. She was prescribed 10 different medications in just over 2 months, so it didn't make sense to me. And then you said, so after her parents came up, she said, I have a remote meeting with Rebecca Gelada, and you said, no, it has to be in person.
Yeah, I felt like it had to be in person because I just felt like there was a disconnect. I felt like we could figure it out, whatever was going on. Mm-hmm. So it seemed like most of her telehealth appointments were pretty quick, and there just wasn't like a lot of attention. And
Were you present for these telehealth visits?
only a few of them, and they were after that meeting with Gelada.
Okay. And that appointment in person with Gelada was December 6th, 2022. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
So the thought of harming the kids was after Thanksgiving, but before December 6th. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
Were you concerned for the kids' safety at that time?
No, I wasn't,
And why not?
because she wasn't showing any intention of harming the kids.
And she told you she didn't have a plan. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, directing your attention to December 15th, 2022, did Lindsay go to Mass General Hospital to the emergency department that day?
Yeah.
Okay. And why was that?
I remember the reasoning being she told her dad that she wanted to commit suicide, and then she said to me, I told my dad I want to die, and it didn't bother me at all.
And as a result of those statements, you brought her, or did she bring herself to Mass General?
I think I brought her that time.
And at Mass General, she saw medical staff, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And did they recommend to her some type of admission to McLean Hospital?
I remember there was one doctor who was in favor of that, and there were two others who were more in favor of a day program.
Okay. And did they give you information about a specific day program?
Yeah, it was women and infants in Providence.
And at that time, when Lindsay was saying that she was suicidal, was she asked if she had a plan?
By the doctors?
Or by you?
I was always checking in with her, and she never told me that she had a plan. I'm not sure what the doctors asked her.
Okay. And after being at Mass General on December 15th, did she go to Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island to attempt to get into their postpartum program?
She was already in. She went in as scheduled.
Okay. And but she didn't remain in, correct? She was just there for a day?
Correct.
Okay. And did she go by herself? Did you go with her?
I dropped her off, and then I took Dawson skiing.
Okay. And at some point in time, did Lindsay reach out to you to say she wasn't staying at the program and to come pick her up?
She actually said that the providers at that program suggested to her that she call me and have her come get picked up, and then that I should go in and meet with the providers.
Okay. And then after you picked her up, she was no longer in the program at that point, correct? At Rhode Island Women and Children's, right?
Well, we discussed it with the doctors, and their recommendation was that the program wasn't right for her.
Right. And so you guys returned home, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And during this time frame in December, Lindsay's still working out at the Kingsbury Club, correct?
That might be true. I don't recall exactly, but yeah.
Do you recall her going to the Kingsbury Club on December 6th, 13th, 16th, 17th, or 18th?
I mean, I believe that can be true. Yeah, I don't recall those exact dates, but yeah.
At this time when she's saying that she's feeling suicidal, she's telling you she doesn't have a plan, correct?
Mm.
She's no longer saying she has any thoughts of harming the children, correct?
Correct.
She's still bringing the children to doctor's appointments during that time, right?
Yeah.
Do you recall her bringing Callan and Dawson to the doctors on December 2nd when they weren't feeling well?
Yeah.
And then she was able to call the doctor's office on December 27th and make an appointment for Callan and Cora when they weren't feeling well. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And take them to the doctor, I believe with you, correct?
Maybe. I don't know.
And then on December 30th, she was able to take Callan to the doctor that day as well and interact with the staff. Is that correct?
Probably.
Then you returned to Mass General Hospital, the emergency department, on December 31st. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why did you go back on the 31st?
Because she was still talking about thoughts of suicide, and I was exhausted. I said, I think it's time to go to McLean, and we didn't have a diagnosis, so we just didn't really know what was wrong. And I think for me, I was hoping that McLean could really evaluate her and try to figure out the best path forward.
Okay, so the path to getting to McLean was to go to the emergency department at Mass General and be referred to McLean. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that night while at the hospital, Lindsay was taking selfies?
No.
Or too soon at these two photos, those things?
Right, that may be admitted, or they may be admitted.
From your exhibit 8, taking a selfie at the hospital, is that correct?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
And then the second page is just her legs in the doorway, is that correct?
Yep.
As a result of going to Mass General and telling them about her suicidal thoughts, was she transferred to McLean Hospital?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you stay with her throughout that transfer process, or were you able to?
I was not able to. For some reason, they transfer. I don't know if they do this with all patients, but she was transferred at 3 a.m.
Okay. And so she reached McLean in the early morning hours of January 1st then of 2023. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you visit her at McLean Hospital?
Yeah.
How often did you see her there?
I think I was able to go twice, or maybe 3 times.
Okay. And do you remember, what visiting hours were or what hours you visited?
I don't remember exactly, but it was, something like 2 to 6. And I think there were morning hours, but you couldn't just go anytime.
You couldn't or could?
You could not.
Okay. And so you, out of the few days that she was there, 5 days she was there, you visited 2 or 3 times. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And while you were there with her, did Lindsay talk to you about the treatment that she was receiving at McLean Hospital?
She told me about her experience. It didn't really seem like she was getting any treatment.
Okay. Did she tell you that she wasn't really getting any treatment or wasn't getting as much care or treatment as she wanted?
Well, I think by the 3rd day, I said, what have the doctors said? And she said, I haven't met with the doctor. The challenge was she arrived on a Saturday, and then I think Monday was an observed holiday, so she didn't see a doctor until Tuesday. So until then, she was coloring and playing with clay and going for walks.
Were you aware that she was seen by a resident, a doctor, the first 2 days she was there, and then an attending on the 3rd day that she was there?
No.
Were you aware that she was seen by a licensed social worker, group therapist, and other mental health workers every day while she was there?
Yeah, I didn't get any updates.
Were you aware that she was offered one-on-one therapy by unit staff every day that she was there?
No.
Did you know that she participated in group therapy on January 1st for 45 minutes, a session about illness and symptom management?
I was aware of some group activities. I didn't know the details of it.
And were you aware that she participated in 2 group therapy sessions, one for 45 minutes and one for 50 minutes, one on self-compassion and one on illness and symptom management on January 3rd?
I wasn't aware of the subject of any of the meetings now.
Were you aware that she declined further group therapy and treatment in the afternoon of January 3rd?
No.
Were you aware that on January 4th, she participated in a group for 40 minutes called medication management?
No.
Were you aware that she participated in a group on January 5th on expressive therapy for 45 minutes?
No.
And were you aware that she declined further treatment 2 times on January 5th, one to attend group therapy and one to attend a session on cognitive behavioral processes?
No.
Were you aware that Lindsay asked the doctors to be discharged on the 6th, Friday the 6th, because she wanted to go to Cora's birthday party on the 7th?
Not that I recall.
Were you aware, or did Lindsay tell you that she then asked the doctors to discharge her on January 5th because she wanted to go home and get ready for the party?
I wasn't aware of Lindsay asking the doctors to be discharged.
Okay. Were there any insurance issues in terms of insurance refusing to pay for her stay at McLean Hospital?
We didn't really get to that point.
You weren't advised by the social worker or any staff there that there were any issues with your insurance, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, but I wouldn't have cared either.
Would you have just paid for it if needed?
I would have paid anything, yeah.
Ms. Sprague, is this a good time to break?
Yes.
All right, so members of the jury, we're going to break for the afternoon recess. And we'll see you back here about 2 o'clock, okay?
Court, all rise. We're going to close the notebooks, place them on your chairs. Follow me.
All right, counsel, anything we need to address before the break?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll see everybody about 2 o'clock. Thank you.
All right. So that was the first part of the Commonwealth's direct examination of Patrick Clancy. I took some notes and I have some thoughts. So she started off, the prosecutor started off talking about separation anxiety, Lindsay's separation anxiety from the children, establishing that she had a past of anxiety. And she kind of dabbled back into the, yes, it is lunch, Dad. But yeah, they started dabbling again into the whole control freak aspect of things when, you know, she's bringing up things like, did you declutter your garage, etc. I guess going back to what she said in her opening statement, they're really planning on trying to establish that her wanting to be in control of things and wanting to be organized, such as decluttering their garage, they're trying to say that it establishes the fact that she took her children's lives because she wanted to kill herself but didn't trust anyone else to take care of the children. It seems to be that that's what they're trying to establish there with that line of questioning, was my thoughts about it. And then they get deeper into the talk about medications, which was what majority of the direct examination was. So she was talking about, Patrick said that at a wedding, she planned to get Zoloft and to help with her anxiety. And then she goes into questioning Patrick about how did she plan to get this Zoloft? How did she plan to get Zoloft if she hadn't, spoken to a doctor? That's a prescribed medication. And I think that to me doesn't make much sense, because if she knows that she's suffering from anxiety, she is not the psychiatrist. She's thinking, I have anxiety and I think Zoloft would help. I'm going to go to a doctor and try to get some Zoloft to help my anxiety. I don't think that that's a crazy set of circumstances. I think that that's pretty normal. But then after the Zoloft started, Patrick talks about how she became more depressed. And around the time, I think he said around the time where she started the Zoloft, she also started suffering, not being able to sleep as much. So he talked about how she had and it seemed to be that not only was she getting help like from mental health professionals, but she was also pretty open with Patrick throughout this whole process. Like she had told him, like, hey, since starting to take this Zoloft, I'm suffering with my sleep, and I think it would be good for me for you to go in the basement and us to sleep separate, because I need to put her mental health as a priority. She's doing all these things to try and help herself. So he sleeps in the basement for a couple days, she's in the basement for a couple weeks. And another thing I thought was kind of odd was the prosecution kind of seemed like they were accusing her of faking not being able to sleep. She was like, well, did you ever see her not be able to sleep? How someone could see someone not be able to sleep when they're obviously sleeping during that same time would be difficult for me to understand. But I just don't think that that's, a plausible explanation. Is, oh, well, she could have been faking not being able to sleep, but we won't know because her husband was actually sleeping during that time, even though all of the things that she said to him when he was awake pointed towards the fact that she couldn't sleep. But so then after once the inability to sleep started, she continued to get worse, but continued to get help. As Patrick established throughout this whole direct examination, there was never a point in time where she wasn't trying to get help. I know that they tried to establish something near the end where the Commonwealth was saying, oh, well, she said no to this one group therapy on January 3rd. But then she took, group therapy the next day. And I actually was going to touch on this too. She's trying to establish, oh, well, the healthcare providers and the medical professionals can't really be at fault, because on January 5th, she actually took a group therapy medication session. So, that's all she needed. Like that's just not, that's not realistic. You're not, as much as we would like to think, you're not taking valuable information from a 45-minute group therapy session about medication, when you're struggling with when you're struggling with postpartum depression, possibly bipolar, Reddington was saying. So there were a lot of things about the Commonwealth's approach that I could see what they were doing, but I just don't know how much it would get through to a jury in terms of, because I feel like as a juror, I'd be sitting there thinking, I feel like I'm just seeing all the ways that she exhausted every option. But so then after not being able to sleep, this is when the prosecution starts bringing out all the pill bottles and saying, oh, well, did you see that she only took 2 of these, and did you see that she only took 7 of these? And I think that for me, it's not hard to fathom where, she's exhausted every option and she's, being prescribed. I think just in that bag, there were 15 different medications, whether they were just prescribed at once or not, she's in this state of like, nothing's working. She's obviously depressed. And then she's taking the medication. She's saying, okay, this isn't working, or this is making it way worse, and I'm going to stop taking this. Like as she's telling Patrick, hey, I'm having suicidal thoughts. I'm having thoughts of harming myself and others. I'm having thoughts of harming the children. And that was something that stuck out to me because, and I feel like the Commonwealth, the way that they were trying to frame it was they were really pushing Patrick to say, they wanted him to say that she had a plan to harm the children. And she asked him like 3 different times in 3 different ways of if she admitted to having a plan to harm the children, to which every time he said no. But I think that if you're looking at someone who is calculating a murder, to me, I don't think that they would be confessing to their husband months before. Like, I feel like, to me, when you look at the facts and the scenario that played out, it's obvious that she really was begging for help. Like, it would take a lot to be honest to someone about intrusive thoughts like those. Because obviously, as Patrick said, she was shameful, she was disturbed by them, and she still chose to take the step and say, hey, this is how I'm feeling. I'm disturbed by it. I'm scared by it. I don't want something to happen to my kids, but this is the way I'm feeling, and I want to be honest about that. And in the end, she, even after, I think it was, she said before December 6th, so over a month before the event, she confessed to Patrick about having these intrusive thoughts. So this was a month and a half-ish, and she's still continuing to try to get help. And most importantly, she told her husband. And she also had, after she had this conversation with him saying, hey, I'm having these intrusive thoughts, that's when they called their parents, so she's telling Patrick, I'm having these thoughts, and one of them or the both of them decided they were going to call her parents. I think it was her parents, not his, but we're going to call your parents down and they're going to help us out. And their parents were staying with them for a time as well. I'm assuming for her to take a load off and for her to try to recover mentally. But to me, I feel like most of what the prosecution just did was set the stage to further prove that she was going through a mental health crisis. And on top of that, really tried exhausting every measure she could to get help, whether that be from her husband, from her mother-in-law, who was, recommending her doctors, whether that's her parents who came to help her. group therapy sessions, therapy at whichever, I can't remember which of the hospitals, but that was another thing, is that the prosecution started to talk about, oh, she didn't tell you about these therapy sessions at Mass General or wherever it was, and like trying to phrase it as if she's taking these secret therapy sessions. So I don't know. To me, it just further established that this was a woman that really needed help. There was nothing in that established to me that she was, that she was anything other than a woman really trying to fight to get help. But there was another thing I wanted to mention too, is there were a couple different times where the Commonwealth showed they'll show a photo, well, is it true that for Christmas you took your kids to get a Christmas tree? Or is it true you took a selfie the day you were admitted to the hospital? Or is it true you went to a Halloween party? And to me, it was kind of trying to establish, like, oh, if you have this level of normality in your life, you couldn't have possibly been as depressed as you're saying. And I think not a good way for the Commonwealth to go about things, because, there are tons of people who are depressed, who are suicidal, who have any sort of mental health issue, and they're still functioning. They're still functioning members of society. They're still going out. They're still, I don't think it's a good precedent to set to say, well, if you want to prove you're really depressed, then you have to not talk to anyone and not have any joy. Like, you shouldn't be smiling in this photo. I don't think that that's a healthy way to prove that she's criminally responsible. Acting normal and trying to find normality in life, to me, feels like a way that she would be trying to get out of the hole that she's in. She wants to be normal. She's obviously fighting to get back to a state where she feels comfortable in. But, and it seems like in a case like this, now that's something that can be used against you, is, don't act happy at all, because then it goes to show you're not struggling with mental health. Like, that's not realistic. But anyway, that's my spiel. So I'm going to look through and see what you guys have been saying. I've been trying to take notes while I go, so I can tell you guys what I think at the end, because I try not to pause throughout, because I like to give my little spiel during the breaks anyway. Yeah. So Holly says you cannot discount someone's mental health because they can function. What if she took the selfie to document her being there? Yeah, I agree 100%. And I think not even just a selfie, but, doing the family, doing boat trips and being, spending time with her in-laws, spending time with her siblings, spending time with her kids. I think that struggling the way that she was, and on top of that, there were multiple times that Patrick attested to, yeah, we couldn't leave the house because she wasn't feeling up to it. I think he said that their wedding anniversary, yeah, we didn't leave the house. We stayed in that day because she couldn't handle it. So, you know, when you see someone in this pit of depression and in this episode, and then you're going to harp on the few times where they got the courage to like, okay, it's the holidays, it might make me feel good, let's go get these trees. It's like it's minimizing, you know, what she was going through in the way of like, I don't really want to see you act normal because you're supposed to be struggling right now. And I don't think that's a good precedent to set. But yeah, I'd love to hear your guys' opinions too. I'm reading through the chat. I'm going to try to get to some of these. Yeah. Too many pills during that time frame. Things need to be weaned off before a restart of something else. Not too sure how her stomach handles all this. Plus you can feel not so like you on these meds. Yeah. And Patrick was saying that, I think he said, I think he said when the Seroquel started, that's when he saw the biggest downward spiral. And that was also what I thought when she brought out, you know, the big bag of pills. I was like, you know, what you're showing to me is that she was misdiagnosed, mismedicated, overmedicated. You know, it's not how little or much she took, depending on how she felt. It doesn't show me that the doctors were doing the right thing, because at the end of the day, she was prescribed all those medications by medical professionals that thought that that was the right way to go. And obviously we can see by the mental state that she continued to be in and what ended up happening, it wasn't, you know, nothing was handled properly. So yeah, she absolutely did not. I mean, even before January 24th, there was, you know, her family can attest. Patrick did just testify that she was not herself at all. She was in a deep depressive state. He was talking about when they were out for that Halloween party type of thing. I don't know what that was. Oh, it's my dad. He's in back of the studio. But I lost my train of thought now. But I think I was just saying that, you know, Patrick did testify to the fact that she had, you know, begun being in this depressive episode, and she's the prosecutor was asking him, you know, how was she acting the day that you were at the Halloween party, you know, and he says, I just remember that she was very depressed and that my sister-in-law walked in and gave her a huge hug. So again, it just establishes that like her whole family knew that she was struggling, and she was very open about her mental health and her struggles with her mental health. She had been talking to her husband, her parents, and I'm sure from what he was describing, more people, along with doctors that she chose to trust. It looks like we're about to have my dad in here. Oh.
Let's switch it to, yo,
Hey,
what's up?
how was your flight?
It was awesome. It was awesome. So we lost the stream. Like I know that I've streamed YouTube on flights when you buy the Wi-Fi, but I don't know if it was the plane we were in or whatever. And so like I knew right away that I wasn't going to be able to watch you streaming. And so Tracy called us on FaceTime and
Yeah,
put
and you
her
did the FaceTime audio.
yeah. So it was awesome. We heard the entire openings, and man, I'm not gonna lie, I was like just like at the break after the openings when you were starting to give your thoughts. Man, I was crying like a baby. So proud of you. You're so amazing. Like my mom and I were just like looking at each other like, because it's different, it's different than like
And you
when we
having
have
a
conversation.
conversation.
Yeah, where I just get to hear you like stretch your legs out and give your own thoughts uninterrupted. Like I actually was contemplating not even coming out because you're killing it like that. Like I'm bragging on X. I'm like, oh my God, my daughter's like so I'm incredibly proud of you. And you're just crushing it. Like everything you're saying is so spot on. It's I could not be. I was literally bawling on the like not like but it was like I was just crying. I was so like it was just a really cool experience. So congratulations. You're I think gonna take my job.
Thanks, Dad.
Well, thank you. Thank you. So yeah, I don't disagree with anything that you've said. I thought that you're just spot on. And I know Cam has told you all, like she went into this with a very brief primer and then did her own research. So we were not, kind of like putting our position in her brain going into this. So whatever she was thinking, she knew very little. She is the juror. She is somebody that's coming in without any kind of preconceived notions, which is what, I put out on X today, trying to draw people over here. And, you're just crushing it. It's like you're wise beyond your years, and you're not a mom, you're 20, you know what I mean? But for you to be able to have the insight to understand what's going on here, it's just unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I could not be. I'm beaming with pride. So,
Thank you. Yeah, I came into this with a notepad with just the overview of the case and the defense attorney and the ex-husband's names. And so yeah, I've definitely been in the mind of a juror, which I think is a good way for me to do it.
100%. Yeah, it's because I can't remember. I know you did the like one stream for ASAP Rocky, but I can't remember if it was like a full day or if you'd done like an hour or two. I can't remember. But this is like a whole next level thing. This is like a different type of case. It's like
this is heavy.
It's heavy and it's important and it matters. And it's putting the American health system on trial, whether the prosecution wants it or not. She tried to say it in her opening. Oh, well, this isn't about that. Yeah, well, the hell it's not.
Yeah.
You may not want it to be about that, but it is about that. And I agree with you. The way that they, they're kind of manipulating the facts in order to try to spin this narrative, like it's weird to call Lindsay a victim in this case because of the 3 beautiful babies that lost their lives, but she is. Patrick, the kids, her, the whole family, everybody that they know and love and have touched in their lives, everybody's a victim to this thing. And there is a villain here, and I hate to tell people, and we got to wait and hear all the evidence, but what I know from the treatment that she received is that Lindsay Clancy is, unbelievably as it may seem, based on just the facts of the case, is not the villain, which is, it's like, that's going to be the thing. Because what I keep trying to say to people is, we have the statutes, like, the lack of criminal responsibility statute that was drafted by people that we voted into office way back in the day, and it's changed, like in terms of the insanity, because that's just another way of calling it, by reason of insanity, right? So they don't use that terminology. And we as a society here in the US have been incapable, truly, you know what I mean? There's always exceptions, but as a whole, a vast majority of the time, we have been incapable of being able to follow the law in these types of cases because people cannot look past the horrors of the crimes. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, it's a hard thing.
It is.
It's a really, really hard thing. It's like I re-listened to Grandpa's opening statement in the Gacy thing, like where I had him do it for the podcast, like just last night, because it was like so profound. Because he's trying to, and that's with Gacy, a guy who would intentionally, kill all those young men, and it's like, and he's trying to convince 12 people not to execute him. And it was like, it was an impossible task. And one thing is that it's interesting because somebody had a really insightful tweet, and it was back to me because I in our primer, we had gone through the jury instruction, and there's a portion of it wherein they're describing for the jury what happens as a result of them coming back with a not guilty due to lack of criminal responsibility. And so they tell them, this is what happens. She'll be institutionalized for up to 6 months, and the prosecution can continue to come back and keep her in. And ultimately it's up to the judge. And it's like they do it every 6 months or a year. I can't remember which one it is, but it's a constant process wherein they're going to be monitoring mental health. And at some point, if the judge feels that she's not a threat to society, she gets released, and it's unusual because you have to think, because in the Gacy case, when the prosecutor said that to the jury, kind of like during his closing, and, my father objected because they didn't have that instruction in terms of what was going to happen with Gacy. So when Kunkel said, and just so you know, there's a chance that if they say that he's been fixed or he's mentally well, that guy walks out. As soon as Kunkel said that, it was over. Like they're like, oh no, not a chance. So like this is really the litmus test for the insanity defense, like this case more than anything else. And so
I feel like when you look at cases like Gacy, I feel like antisocial is just its own thing, because from what we know about antisocial personality disorder, and almost every psychologist would tell you that there's really no cure for it. But in a case where it's a mother suffering with a combination of possibly bipolar, depression, and having a psychotic break, these are things that aren't permanent. Where it's like in this case, you could see rehabilitation working, and that should scare you a lot less than it would, a John Gacy walking around.
Right, who was just broken. Like, at what point he became broken mentally is unknown. It's that question of, is it a combination of nature and nurture? Was it strictly nature? Did he come out of the womb broken? Was he partially broken mentally coming out, and then part of it was his abusive father? Who knows? You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, with that, there was no fixing him, like you said. And here you have a clear delineated line in terms of knowing when they finally diagnosed her properly. I mean, they'd always diagnosed the postpartum depression, but they hadn't diagnosed the bipolar. And they should have, because like that's when Reddington gets into his experts, we're going to hear that based on the fact that she had PPD with the second child, and she had that manic thing where she was doing the just insane exercise. I think I think I had read that she ran a 5K within 2 weeks of giving
Yeah.
birth.
Actually, I'm pretty sure it was the Commonwealth that actually said that in their opening statement. They said, because they're trying to establish the whole like control freak thing, and her health is for them going to show that. And they had actually mentioned, I think they said 4 days after her second child, I think it was, that she ran a 5K or some sort of marathon run.
Something crazy, like something that you wouldn't expect from a mother that had just given birth. Yeah. Like initially in the first 5 to 6 minutes of the Commonwealth's opening, I was like, I posted it, I tweeted it. I'm like, it's a pretty effective cross. Cause like initially when she came out of it, I appreciated that it didn't appear that she was really trying to kind of wring the pathos out of the situation in terms of just, like really preying on the emotions of the jurors, which is what you always worry about in a case like this, which is why the defense had said repeatedly, we'll stipulate to the homicides, like, and the state's like, so you just want to gloss over the fact that she killed her 3 kids. And Reddington's like, I know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. Like there is no glossing over the fact that remains a fact. I mean, it's just, she's admitting it. Why are you trying to do what you're not supposed to do? And like I say it all the time, and it's hard because we as human beings are emotional creatures, unless you're dead inside, right? The average person is going to feel things when they hear about a case like this and 3 innocents losing their lives from the, at the hands of the person that is most supposed to protect them. I mean, the mother doing it is unthinkable. And it's like, and then it turned like right after I tweeted that, it turned. And then she did the shit where it's like, she's victim blaming. She's like the whole shopping for doctors thing was like stunning to me.
I wrote down a quote of what she said during that, because she says she chose to seek mental health help in the worst way. That was what she said. And it's like the worst way would be not getting help.
I know. You nailed that.
The worst way.
I think that's right when I started crying. I'm like, oh my God, Cameron's so good. And then you said that like right away. That was like one of your first points that you hit. And I was like, man, I mean, she gets it.
That was like the first thing I wrote down.
Yeah. And then I thought Reddington was spectacular. It's like I had posted that as well. And again, I mean, you nailed it. The guy clearly knows. Now, I didn't see the picture, so I was only hearing the audio because I couldn't see the video. But just listening to him, that the man knows his case forward and backwards.
Yeah,
like I could tell he wasn't reading.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah, and
I don't even think he had a paper.
Right. That's and when your grandfather was, so when I was in law school, and what they did at Kent is that all the 1Ls, all the first year law students, we were all given a hypothetical case. All right. And then what we had to do is all of us, every single student had to write an appellate brief. And then what the contest, and it was a moot court contest. So ultimately we all had legal writing. We were all in different classes. We all submitted our briefs based on the same hypothetical. And it was interesting. It was a mature minor doctrine, which is basically saying, that a kid, even though they're a minor, is mature enough to make decisions on their own. And then you've got the scenario where the parents were Jehovah's Witnesses. And the hypothetical was that if this child would undergo this particular surgery, which would require a blood transfusion, the child would ultimately be able to walk. And if the child didn't have the surgery, so they didn't make it as dramatic as the child would die, right? Yeah. So it was smart. But it was still the child, like if the kid doesn't have the surgery, not going to be able to walk. If the kid has the surgery, the kid's going to be fine. So in the parents, because in Jehovah's Witnesses, they're very strict, and you cannot have foreign blood come into your body. So it's forbidden. So the parents were saying, no, we're not going to allow the surgery because there would have to be a blood transfusion. So you had that issue, and you had the First Amendment, in terms of, the
Freedom of religion.
freedom of religion. And then you had the mature minor doctrine kind of like butting heads. And so ultimately, I end up doing pretty well in the moot court competition. So I make it to the championship. So it's me and there was a female student. And so like I went into my dad's office, and him and Sam Amaranti, who was his partner on Gacy, and Mike Lavelle, who was my dad's partner in his firm. This is years after Gacy, obviously, were all the appellate lawyers or the appellate judges. And so they had one rule. They're like, you can't look at your papers. He's like, you have to know your case. You have to know your case law, and then you have to argue. I don't want to see you looking at a paper ever. So they did that, and they grilled me for like 6 hours, and I went through it. And, and that was before the competition began. So I end up making it to the finals, and it's me versus this woman, and she read the whole way. Like, like, I never read, and I knew the case forward and backward. And so when it was over, I was like, I crushed her. Like I completely dominated her. It's like, it was just like, she looked nervous and she was reading from a piece of paper, and it's a hot bench. So the justices, the judges are all grilling you the whole way. It's not as if, so you have to be able to think on your feet, and if they ask a question that's not in your script, well, you're screwed. So I like walked out of it thinking, and one of the things is, if you win the moot court competition, you're automatically on law review, which is like the paper. And so, the law review guy like followed me out, because I was smoking back in those days. So I went out after my argument to go have a smoke. And the dude was like, oh my God, dude, you crushed that. He's like, that was unbelievable. He's like, you got it hands down. I was like, oh, well, thanks, man. So I went in and I ended up losing it. And, and my father, grandpa, was like, oh, he's like, I lost that for you. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, well, because one of the judges was a Seventh Circuit judge in the federal court system. And my dad knew him and was friends with him. And like, before the thing started, they had gone down into kind of like the well of the courtroom, because we were doing it at the Dirksen Federal Building. And like, him and the judge like shook hands and gave a hug. He's like, I never should have done that, because it reeked of impropriety potentially. Like the fix would be in, like the guy's dad, because it's like I think one of the other judges was my crim law professor, who did this weird shit. Like when I like, mom and I were both in his law clinic, and it was the criminal law clinic. So that was like when we got to do some like practical experience stuff. It was the only thing that you do in law school. Like if you join a clinic where you can go out and actually do some lawyering, because they don't teach you how to be a lawyer in law school. They're teaching you how to pass the bar exam. So when I first get in there, Kling's like, oh, he's like, are you Bob Motta's son? This is like the first day, like when we're in the clinic. I'm like, yeah. He's like, oh my God. He's like, that's unbelievable. He's like, yeah, I know your father. He's a great lawyer, blah, blah, blah. And so my father, when I go to tell him that Kling said hi, he's like, Kling. He's like, he's the one who filed the ineffective assistance counsel claim against me on the Gacy case. Like, and this was like Gacy's last gasp, like his last shot at it not being executed. And I think 6 months after they filed and it was denied, he was executed. So it was like 14 years after the trial. My dad's like, that son of a, I'm like, Dad, I mean, that's just par for the course. I'm like, you can't take it personally. He's like, I don't like him. So anyway, when, I graduate, because grandpa graduated from the same law school, he got to hood me, so you get up there, you have your robe on, and then they put a hood over your head when you become a Juris Doctorate. And like Kling comes up to me, like after the after the graduation ceremony. And he's like, oh, you're Bob Motta's your father. I'm like, what? I'm like, what are you talking about, man? I'm like, are we pretending? Like, it was the weirdest shit.
Right.
And so
Like
he
that
had
whole
happened.
thing didn't happen.
The whole thing didn't happen. And he was one of the other judges on the thing. So I think, I don't know.
You got robbed.
I got robbed.
You got
man.
robbed.
I definitely got robbed. There's no question about it. Because mom was there, obviously, at that point. And yeah, so that was a strange thing. But I can't even remember what the point was. I got so lost in that story.
I'm guessing that one of your points was how important it is to not be reading off a script, and that's probably why Reddington's
exactly. Thank you.
so
Thank
strong.
you. You're amazing. What a partner. What a partner. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. And and I could just tell by hearing him,
Yeah.
it was amazing. It was amazing. So, what do you think of Clancy? I didn't get to hear all of it because
Patrick?
yeah.
I mean, I think that he's probably, I mean, at first he seemed reluctant because this is a situation that no one wants to be in, is, reliving the nightmare that was their life.
Yeah.
But it seems that he's not willing to be pushed around, which is good. He's not willing to, say whatever the prosecution wants him to say. Like I brought up how, Commonwealth was pushing super hard on, oh, well, she told you that she had these intrusive thoughts of harming the kids, but did she plan it? They asked like 3 different times, but did she say she had a plan? Did she say, and he was like, no, absolutely not. She said that she was disturbed by the thoughts, but there wasn't a plan. And they were like kind of shoving that down his throat. And so I think that, it's good that he won't bend to the will of what either side wants him to say. He seems like he's a decent witness.
Yeah. And it was because I was listening to the first portion when we were walking through the airport, and then Shira grabbed us, and then I was able to watch you. And at that point, what was your take as a juror? What was your take on the way that they were trying to use the fact that oh, well, she got this script, there were 30 pills in there and she only took 7. She got this script, there were 30 pills in there, she only took 6. Like it was like the thing that strikes me is this, and I can't wait for the cross, and I can't really wait until the closing because Reddington's going to just destroy this prosecutor. It struck me that this woman seems to be tone deaf as to mental illness completely.
Right. Yeah, I agree. And a lot of the chat agrees as well.
Yeah. It's
because
frustrating.
My take on that was, I'm looking as a juror and I'm looking as a human. And when you're telling, you're holding up a bag of 15 different pills that she was prescribed in less than a 5-month period, and you're trying to push on me that it's her fault that she was taking these pills here, but then they weren't working, so then she tried to take these pills. She was being prescribed multiple pills at once. She was you can't expect someone who's in a deep depressive state and in a suicidal state at this point to responsibly or even know how these medications are working with each other. She's, at the end of the day, I can imagine a scenario in which, they're giving her the Zoloft and it's making things worse. So she's like, all right, I took 7 of the Zoloft. I'm done. That's making me feel miserable. I'm going to try something else. I'm going to talk to someone else. Like, this is, how long does someone have to suffer being miserable to where you're like, okay, you took enough of the pills to prove that you were trying to fix it.
Yeah. I'm with you 100% on that. It's just, it's, and you wonder, and I'm not sure what the array is. I know the kind of the gender breakdown of the jury. And I think that some people were putting in kind of what the age range is. And I think it's kind of the spectrum, do you think, and I love having you on here because you're 20, you haven't had a child, but you're really bright, and, you're able to kind of delineate between, the forest and the trees in terms of understanding what the state's trying to do. Now, I don't know if that's because you grew up with two defense attorneys in your house, and then that's just how your brain kind of works, or if that's just, I mean, how mom and I are, right?
Yeah.
And, obviously in terms of the way that we raised you, I just, it was important for us to have you be able to think on your own without being prone to suggestion easily, which I think that a lot of people are. A lot of people, they see something on the news, they take it as gospel, they don't do any critical thinking. I think that there's a lack of critical thinking, like in mass, a lot, not in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, but as a whole.
Yeah.
I think that our country has a little bit of a lapse in critical thinking sometimes, which is scary. That's why it's, going into, and I was, communicating with Kevin, and I'm like, man, I'm like, I feel like you're the guy for the job, because this is such an important case. I keep saying it because it's bigger than just this one case. It really is the test. Like with this fact pattern, with 3 innocents losing their lives at the hands of their mother, is a jury going to be able to do what they're supposed to do, which is apply the law, assuming that Reddington's going to put on the evidence, which we believe that he is. And I have no doubt that the medical records are going to reflect exactly what he said in opening. That lays it out for you, and it then becomes this incredibly difficult task for the jury to do this thing where you're having to utter the words, not guilty.
Not guilty.
And it's like, it's not easy. Like this is like the toughest case you could possibly imagine if you're a juror, but it's so important. It makes such a statement for women, for mental health, if they come back with the right decision here, because for some people, it's going to be unthinkable. Like what, like how, but that's people that aren't doing any critical thinking and not really looking beyond the veil of what the facts are, and not applying the law, and not understanding, this concept of like, you have to be like a drooling, bugged out eyes. Like if you're psychotic, that's how you're at. That's the stage that you're in every minute of every day. And that's just not factual.
No,
it's just not accurate, and people are going to have moments of clarity, and it could be even longer than moments of clarity. You could be somewhat normal, because like that thing about mental illness where you're slipping in and out of reality and you can't tell which is which, is where this case lives. You know what I mean? It's like when your mind is playing a trick on you to that extent, to where you just cannot tell what's what. I mean, I can't think of anything more terrifying than that.
No.
It's like,
I've always been like personally scared that of, feeling like you're going crazy and nobody believing you or nobody helping you. That's a terrifying place to be.
Yeah.
And I think that like what this case is going to come down to is, as you were saying, like if you are living in a world where everything's black and white and that's the only way you can see, then that's where people lead to the conclusion of these 3 children were murdered and we know who did it, and that's that. But the world isn't so black and white. And that's, as hard as it is to fathom and to come to an understanding on, it's important, because you can't punish a woman for the rest of her life because it makes you uncomfortable. That's just not
right. Exactly. Or it's not how this thing's designed to work.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. It's like the legislator, when the legislatures enacted these laws in the different states, regarding this exact thing. It's that impossible hurdle for defense attorneys to get over. I mean, they call it the defense of last resort, because it's so hard to get people over exactly what you're talking about. That aspect of, I can't, I mean, she unalived her 3 kids, and we know that she did it. I cannot give her a pass. I don't care what was going on with her. And it's just completely undermining what we're trying to do, and it's like Mom and I had to deal with, for me, 20, 23, 24 years of prosecutors that just have no interest in hearing anything about mental illness. They just don't recognize it as a real thing. All they care about is, like you said, the black and the white. The law lives in the grays. Society, like life, it lives in the grays. There's nothing that's black and white. Nothing lives in the black or the white. Everything is in the grays, which is the in between. And the sooner that people come to realize that, like in 100 years, if the world's still around as we know it, and they look back at this time, they're going to think that we're cavemen and cavewomen in terms of how we're treating mental health. I mean, if you break your arm, you go and you get you get the bone reset and you get a cast put on. If you cut your arm open, you go and you get stitches. If you have any kind of injury that's visible, you go and you get it treated. The problem with mental health is that it's in our minds and people can't see it. And people just cannot that's why I'm always saying, it's like people that have had zero experience with anybody that has gone through a mental health crisis just don't get it. They just, and they think that it's bullshit. Like, oh yeah, the voices we're talking to are sure, it's like, that's a really frustrating thing to try to overcome. And like, how do you convince a 50-year-old who's thought that way their entire life?
Right.
It's like, as fervently as Reddington will be arguing it, is he going to change a mind? I mean, have you ever tried to change somebody's mind online?
Changing anyone's mind in general.
Period.
It's like, as unbiased a juror could possibly be, it's just, you still have innate biases as a person, and it's like, you can pick the best jury in the world, but at the end of the day, you have to be a real special type of human to really change someone's mind and really get someone to open their eyes about something.
Yeah. I mean, and those are my favorite people, and it's like this community that we've built here. And I always tell our viewers, I'm like, look, my favorite emails, I should do, we're always threatening to do members only lives. We're awful. And it's like, it's that, like, the members only lives, I have to start doing them. But the number of emails that I've gotten over the past, really since I started the podcast, about people talking about how they had a certain feeling about defense attorneys, and how watching our channel and learning what it is that we really do has completely changed their mindset. I tell those folks, I'm like, man, this is like, you don't realize how much your words mean to me, because that's always been the mission of this channel. This isn't like this concept that all defense attorneys think that everybody's innocent. It's like crazy shit like that. That people that just have grown up watching, Discovery ID and, Oxygen, and just, all the different documentaries like that we've been consuming for the last, 3 decades, are all pro government, pro cop, pro prosecutor. And they always pit the defense attorney as the sleazy bottom feeder trying to get guilty people off crimes. And I'm like, man, that ain't it. It's not what we do. And it's like, it takes cases like Karen Reed. It takes cases like Lindsay Clancy. It takes cases like Aaron Spencer for people to start to realize, well, shit, I've been looking at this all wrong. I see what they do now. I see why they're so critical to the
Yeah.
system. I see that they're like, we are the actual defenders of the Constitution, so, and it's like, I've been telling my daughter here, y'all, her whole life, I'm like, I don't want you to be a lawyer, and then I have to listen to you do your thing after they're done with, and I'm like, oh my God, she needs to be a lawyer, but like, you can do what you want to do. You can make your voice heard. You can educate the masses in exactly the way that you're going to do it. So I'm so proud of you.
Thank you.
I'm so proud of you.
Thanks for letting me come on today.
Man, I was just grateful that I knew you would crush it, but to like hear it, especially in a case that you didn't really know much about other than, your research that you did yesterday and last night, it's like, I knew that you knew a lot more about ASAP Rocky. So that was more in your wheelhouse. So it was like, I knew throwing you in front of the camera in front of, 1,000+ people is daunting. And, and it's hard because you don't have anybody else to shoot the shit like we are now, and it's like you're trying to fill that time, and you're uncomfortable with the gaps of silence. And that's why I was like, man, I'm like, nah, I'm like, don't worry about that. I'm like, there's a lot of noise and silence a lot of times, and you've just been wonderful. Like, I'm just over the moon, impressed by you. I'm gonna start crying. Such a softie. But yeah, it's like, all the things that I said in that note I wrote for you for your birthday is gospel. So
Thank you.
So when are they coming back? 2?
Yeah, it should be in a couple minutes here.
Yeah. I mean, she should be. I've been trying to get her I kept telling her, because her and one of her besties had like a concept that I thought was great. I'm like, I got you. It's like, luckily, a guy who's got a pretty popular YouTube channel. And it's like, I've like always wanted to have like a network where we had shows that weren't true crime related, and I was like, do it, so her and her girlfriend had this concept, and I loved it, and I thought it would have been hilarious. And, I wanted them to run with it. But, at the end of the day, we're not going anywhere. So if that ever, and she, even today, like when we were getting ready to leave, like you said something, and she's like, well, she's going to be a filmmaker. She's like, I'm never going to be, doing what you do. I was like, hey, you never know. You never know. It's like, I've
to think
always
of myself as a behind the scenes type of chick.
Yeah, but you're I think you're both though. I think you're in front of the camera. You've got a voice that I know that you can express through film and being behind the camera, but you've got something to say, so I'll always have this. I'll always have this that I can watch. It's like that thing that I wrote you. It's like it was like that, being able to watch you from afar today, and it was just been a neat experience for me. So, and in a really, really tough case, like this is a delicate case, and people for a case like this have to trust who they're watching it with, because it's that type of case, because it resonates deeply with people, especially parents, and it's a really hard, you have to treat it delicately, and you have to understand mental health, and like, you've just been wonderful describing all of it. It's crazy. And it's like, I'm here to tell you, like, I was not feeding Cameron anything. Like, every thought that Cameron had has been 100% her own. It's like, I tweeted today, and I was saying, my daughter, I'm super excited. My daughter is going to be our special guest host. And I said, trust me, I promise you, all of Cameron's thoughts are her own. All of her opinions are her own. around.
Yeah.
So
No one
yeah.
can force me to think or say anything, and that's even my dad.
I love it. I love it. I wouldn't have it any other way. I wouldn't have it any other way.
I know you wouldn't.
Yeah. Yeah. So how much do you anticipate's left of the direct? Does it seem like she was wrapping it up, or were they kind of like, where were they
Well,
in the
so
story?
they're they've gotten to December, but I don't know if she's going to backtrack and try to talk, but I think they started after the second child was born in 2019, and they've worked their way up to December 2022, which is about a month before the murders. So right at the end there, she was establishing I think it was December. It was either December or January. I think it was actually so we might have been to January, the early days of January. They were talking about how January 3rd to I think the 7th, she was in an inpatient. I can't remember if they said it was a perinatal specific or if it was just a generalized inpatient, but they were talking about the group therapies that she participated in, the group therapies that she didn't participate in. And it kind of seemed like they were setting the stage to say, because first she had established, all right, well, she meant to establish that you weren't really being responsible with these medications because you only took 2 of these, then you took 7 of these, then you took 4 of these, and then you took that weed gummy. So, we can't really think that you're responsible in taking your medications. But then on January 3rd, you took this group therapy medication management session. So that should have fixed that. So then what was the issue? So it seemed to me that that's kind of what she was leaning towards was, well, beginning of January, she got this help, and this help. And that's all that, healthcare professionals could do for her. That's kind of that was the vibe to me.
Yeah. I mean, just that argument, it was literally right after I posted that I thought it was a relatively like an effective opening, like is right when she slipped into that hole that, she treated in the worst way possible. She knew everything because she was a nurse. And when she just started kind of diving into that, I'm like, man, because it's like there had been people that had suggested online that, what about the possibility? Because, Patrick got married relatively quickly after, so I think that put some folks' mind in an area like, well, what happens if he was like having an affair and she found out about it and she snapped type shit. So, I mean, we could put that to rest, because if anything like that existed, I think it would have been litigated prior to in terms of admissibility as to relevance, which probably if it was factual in terms of like text messages that were recovered and things of that nature, that it would have been admissible. But, we can put that to rest. So that doesn't exist. So it then becomes this theory that they have that she just was tired of this life and tired of being a mom. So she decides to and I agree with you, like when you said, you're curious if they're going to kind of walk back this whole that she was faked her suicide.
Yeah. They kind of just threw that in there. I was like, okay.
Were you guys able to see the photographs? Did they show the photographs of the injuries?
Reddington shut that down pretty quick because one of the first things he did when he stepped up for the opening was he was like, look, I'm not going to deal with the fake suicide thing. Here are the photos and you come to the conclusion yourself. And it was like, he showed the lacerations on the wrists and which they called superficial injuries. And there was a good amount of blood throughout the house. and then there was she basically tried 3 different methods, which was the pills, which were crushed up and then put into lemonade, and then the cutting of the wrists and throat, and then the jumping out of the window. And he showed photos of each thing. He showed the photos of the knives after the fact. To me, there was just no argument there that I really do think they're going to walk that back, because it seemed to me, it was like,
It's
you're not going to
ridiculous.
convince, especially when I was saying earlier, I'm looking at the defendant, and you're not going to convince me that a paralyzed woman faked a suicide attempt. That's just not, and it's confusing to me, because I see a lot of contradictory statements from the Commonwealth, because it's like, okay, she was so miserable in her life that she needed an escape, and this was her selfish escape. But then she was having fun on these days. And if she was having fun, she couldn't have been mentally ill. So
Right.
it's like she wanted to die, but she was having too much fun to be mentally ill. So it's like, you can't have it both ways. And it kind of seems like they're just throwing stuff and seeing what sticks.
Right.
Because,
Yeah.
they just have a ton of theories that I feel like aren't going to land.
Which is always a death knell, or it should be a death knell for a prosecution's case. If they can't land on one theory, then their case should be dead in the water. I mean, I've seen it where they've had kind of multiple theories, and I've seen them prevail on it. But the reality is because look, I say it constantly on here, like, the prosecution wasn't there. The cops weren't there. Like, they're basing everything on a theory that they have based on the evidence they collected. And same with the defense. I wasn't there. I don't pretend to know. And, it's like this thing with Kevin Reddington when he gets to closing. I find it insulting that the prosecutor, even for one moment, assumes to know what was going on in her mind. It's like, it's the most insulting thing. It's far more insulting than kind of putting out a theory in a case that doesn't have anything to do with mental illness, where the state's like, okay, so this is what happened. And they walk you through their theory. Clearly it's a theory. I think jurors lose sight of that sometimes because, look, I mean, attorneys were supposed to be compelling. You're trying to sell a story to the jury that they think is the correct story. So you want to say things in a way that's assertive and in a way that sounds like it's like there is no other possible way this could have gone down. So obviously this is the right story. And with mental illness, for this woman to presume that she has any idea as to what was going on in Lindsay Clancy's mind is insulting. It should be insulting to the jurors, should be insulting to everybody in that courtroom. And again, I got a tweet response that they thought, because I had tweeted it, I thought that Kevin's opening was spectacular and powerful. And, the person's like, oh, I thought he came off angry. I'm like, he is angry.
Yeah.
He's angry that this case was brought. He's angry with the way that the Commonwealth is electing to try this case. Lawyers are allowed to be pissed off. I mean, he's a fierce advocate, and, as being a fellow fierce advocate along with your mother, because not everybody's like that.
Yeah.
Not everybody's like that.
And I actually made a point about that, which was, you saw the Commonwealth and the defense use emotion in very different ways, because Reddington's using emotion in a way that he's passionate, and you can see that. And then you have the Commonwealth, who's kind of lingering over the jury's emotions, where she even said, you need to use your common sense in this case, as if it's common sense that like the atrocities that happen, anything, as if it's not a complex. They're trying to minimize stuff. Oh, it's common sense what should happen here. That's the exact issue with, our legal system. Like we were saying, things aren't black and white. There's no common sense involved. Every
Right.
case is so specific and has its own set of circumstances. So there should be no scenario, well, where you're telling a jury, you know, just think about the facts of the case. That's who did it. Common sense. It's not right.
Right. No, it's spot on. It's, you know, there was a case back in the early 2000s. It was a woman named Andrea Yates. Another kind of family annihilator case, the, you know, mother who unalived all of her kids. And I think she had 6. And, you know, people were like, oh, it's just like that. And I'm like, in the sense that it's a mother ending her own children's lives. Yes. But you just can't compare even a case like that, because every case is different. Every factual scenario is not the same. There are no 2 cases that are the same. None. Like, just because every one of us as a human being is an individual and we're all different. All of us. Like, none of us, I mean, you have a lot of my traits. You have a lot of mom's traits, and you have a lot of your own traits that are a hybrid of both of our traits. What was that? Oh, I thought they dropped a glass in the courtroom.
Right. Anything we need to talk about before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor. Did you want the witness on the stand now or after?
Well, if we've got a couple of seconds, the jurors are coming in right now. If you want to have them take the stand, that's fine.
Right this way, sir.
Nancy, you do appreciate what's come on the road. Okay.
You can be seated.
Court, all right.
So this is my first, Joelle's got a stand-up desk. It's pretty sweet. It's the first time
I
I've
didn't
ever
even
used-
realize you were standing up.
I don't know. It's awesome. I got to get one of these.
Yeah, you got to get an adjustable one for the days that you need a little seat, though.
Yeah, this is that. I can move it. How's the ball treating you?
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return
My
back
legs
to the
get stuck
trial
to
in
it
the
a little
matter
bit,
of Commonwealth
but
versus Lindsay
I had
Clancy.
to-
All parties
I
are
have a
present,
blanket
including
on.
the defendant.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, members of the jury. Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, before the break, we were talking about Lindsay's stay at McLean Hospital, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that she was discharged on January 5th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you, in fact, bring her home that day?
I picked her up. Yeah.
Were you aware that she had a follow-up appointment with Dr. Jennifer Tufts the following day?
Yes.
I want to show you some photos here of the children and just ask if this is a fair and accurate depiction of how they looked in January of 2023.
Yes.
Thank you. We could have them mark as the next 4 exhibits.
All right. They may be marked.
So showing you exhibit 9. This is Cora, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about what Cora was like in January of 2023, what her interests were?
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point.
Counsel, can I see it sidebar?
God. It's just, it's low rent. It's low rent. See, I don't know who, like, which of you watched the Pinot trial when we did that with Kat, not Williams, and the way she just kept parading the picture of the daughter in front of the jury over and over and over. And it's just, everybody knows why we're here. Everybody knows that the children are no longer with us. It's just, cases are not about emotion. And it's just shitty. Poor Patrick Clancy.
So, sir, if you could just tell us a little bit about Cora's interests at that time.
Cora was into princesses. And she had a lot of friends. And she just liked taking care of people.
And showing you Dawson, correct?
Yes.
What kind of things was Dawson interested in 2023?
Using the firefighters and trucks. And he liked Paw Patrol.
Exhibit 11, Callan. He's only 8 months old, correct?
Correct.
Did he have any interest or
He was just a happy baby.
happy baby? And then just showing you briefly Exhibit 12. Does this picture clearly indicate their sizes in relation to each other in January 2023?
Yes.
Oh, man.
After Lindsay was released from McLean Hospital, was there a birthday party for Cora on January 7th, 2023?
Yes.
And who had organized that birthday party?
I think we both did.
Okay. And where was it?
It was at Nova in Plymouth.
And was Lindsay present for the party?
Yes.
And do you recall who got all the supplies and everything for the party?
I think Lindsay did.
We could play a video. I'm going to ask you to look at a video and just tell me if you recognize this as a video from the party. Or was that from the party?
Yeah.
And was that Cora seated in front of Lindsay while singing Happy Birthday?
Yeah.
Okay. And there's a second clip. Again, was that Cora and Lindsay?
Yeah.
Hope to have the birthday videos as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
13 so far. From Cora's birthday party until January 23rd, 2023, did you check on and check in with Lindsay?
Every day.
And how did you do that?
I would ask her in the morning how she's feeling, how she slept.
And did she tell you that she was sleeping better?
Maybe a little bit better, but she's still struggling.
And did you ask her during that time if she had suicidal thoughts?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
She told me no.
She told you what?
She said no.
No. Did she ever tell you during that time period that she was having thoughts of harming the children?
No.
Did you as a family go to the Museum of Science on January 8th, 2023?
Yes.
Was the defendant able to participate in activities with the children while at the museum on January 8th?
Yes.
I'm going to pull up some photographs. Just ask you to ID or identify everyone in the photograph so that the jurors can follow their movements through the video footage in the video. So if I may, down here in the maroon colored shirt.
It's Dawson.
Dawson, okay. And in the red skirt.
Cora.
And in the gray jacket.
Lindsay.
And here, pushing the carriage.
That's me.
And is Callan in the carriage at that time?
Yeah.
And permission to play the video, Your
Can I
Honor.
see again, Sidebah?
Are they on a sidebar? Is that what's going on? I missed it. It is a sidebar. Okay, what was the issue? Was it the video? Oh, the judge called the sidebar. Oh, good. He's probably like enough is enough. You know, I really like Judge Sullivan a lot. I really like him a lot. And I had posted something, and David posted, and because I said, you know, he seems like a very thoughtful judge to me, and I like him, and I think he's the right judge for this trial. Like, you need the right players in a trial like this, and you know, I don't know, you know, the two women that they selected, which was premeditated, obviously. You know, they, like, could you imagine some guy, some male lawyer in a trial like this for the prosecution, just talking about shit he has no idea? Like, no one could possibly, if you're a man, talk about postpartum depression. The concept is ridiculous, but it's so transparent what they've done here in terms of, you know, carting these two gals out. And you know, and look, I mean, they have a job to do, right? I mean, whoever decided that they were moving forward on this, and it could have been public outcry, you know, because again, when you hear the facts of this case, your mindset is to be like, oh my God, you know, throw her in jail and, you know, throw away the keys, and we'll be done with it. That's it. Yo. Okay. Can that wait until we're done? Yeah. All right. So yeah, I just, it's a tough thing. It's a tough thing. But I wanted to read you guys what David, who's tried cases in front of him, Yannetti, has, what his view is. All right. Bear with me as I'm kind of floating through here. Oh, Kathy. I saw it in chat. So Koberger's trying to take his guilty plea back. Yeah, I'm sure he is. All right. Wow, got a lot of tweets, so I'm going through. See, I don't think David like tagged me in it, so I've got. It's worth the wait. It's worth the wait. It's insightful. Wow, it's a hell of sidebar. They're clearly discussing how much more the judge is going to allow her to do this. It's gut-wrenching. It's gut-wrenching to watch him on the stand, having her do this shit. In terms of moving the needle on the case in which what happened to those children is not in controversy, it's disgusting. It just is. Should be ashamed of themselves. You know, I mean, look, every homicide trial, and they do have to prove the homicides. And that means they have to prove each and every element. And you have to have proof of life witnesses, which Patrick has been. You have to have proof of death witnesses. So showing a picture is going to happen. But this is just torture. This is just torture. She's 100%. This is exactly it. There's no thinking. That's exactly what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing.
And at this time, we've moved to submit the still photograph and the video pursuant to the discussion at sidebar. I'd move to submit the full video in as one exhibit for identification and the timeline video as the exhibit.
Timeline. Did we, you submit a copy of that later?
No, there's a full video that was provided by the
Right.
Museum of Science, and then there's a timeline that was created following the family through the museum. And we can get snippets from this video.
Okay, that's fine.
So for identification, Museum of Science video. Exhibit C, so marked. And then museum timeline for the next exhibit, exhibit 14. So marked. So after going to the Museum of Science, well, let me go back to that for a moment. At the Museum of Science, do you recall the defendant being able to interact with the children at exhibits that required, manipulating knobs and materials and showing the children how to do those exhibits and interacting with them at those exhibits?
Yeah, Lindsay was always able to interact with our kids, even including at the Museum of Science.
Okay. And then after your trip to the Museum of Science, do you remember going to the Charlie Horse restaurant with the kids and Lindsay?
Yes.
And how soon after the Museum of Science was that? Do you recall?
I don't recall the exact dates.
Okay. And what type of place is the Charlie Horse restaurant?
It's like a family restaurant with games.
And how was the defendant's demeanor at the restaurant?
It was good. I was hopeful
Why were you hopeful?
because she seemed much better.
And then on January 14th, 2023, were you able to go to brunch with your friends while the defendant was home with the children?
Yeah.
And about how long were you gone?
About 2 hours.
Were there any issues or problems that you were aware of while you were gone?
No. She encouraged me to go. She said, "You've just been inside a lot. You should go out." And it was fine.
And while you were there at brunch, she send you photos of the kids and text messages?
I think so, yeah.
Direct your attention to January 15th, 2023. Did you and Lindsay and the kids go to the Cape Codder and Hyannis?
Yeah.
And was there a water park there?
Yeah.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
It seemed pretty good.
Was she able to interact with the children and participate in the activities?
Yes.
I could bring up photos again. I would just like you to look at the photos to point out who the individuals are in the photo. So here in the dark shorts with the white band on the top,
It's me.
and then in the bathing suit here with the
It's
ponytail,
Cora.
and then in the striped swimsuit at the bottom.
It's Dawson.
And then here in the black bathing suit without shoulder straps,
Lindsay.
Lindsay. And is that was Cora with her?
Yes.
And in this third photo, is that Lindsay with Callan in her arms?
Yeah.
And that photo there, is that Dawson with the striped bathing suit?
Yep.
We can go to the video with the court's permission.
How long?
I'm just going to go to certain clips. If we could start with from the beginning to 40 seconds in and play. Sir, if you could tell us who, well, can you confirm that that's you and the children and Lindsay arriving now?
Yes.
Would that be Cora in the purple jacket with the pink boots?
Yes.
And Lindsay in the gray coat with the backpack?
Yes.
And then if we could go to 139. And during this time, are you waiting to check in and get your wristbands and all of that?
Yeah.
We could go to 647. Do you recognize this play area?
Yes.
And did you and Lindsay and the children go over to this hardship area?
Yep.
Showing you here, is that Cora that just went down the slide?
Yeah.
And is that you there by the slide?
Yeah.
We can go to 1122. Let's see.
I mean, clearly Reddington's objected, you know, and I mean, the judge is allowing it. It's like the Commonwealth is arguing that because she's not frothing at the mouth, you know, and acting like some kind of lunatic in public, that she can't be psychotic. I mean, that's what this shit is.
I was
Ridiculous.
confused by was the video of her son falling in front of her supposed to prove, oh, look, she's not being attentive towards her kid or something? It was just odd.
The whole thing is odd. Oh, she can manipulate a knob, so clearly she's not psychotic.
What was that?
What? Did you hear
There
a
was
noise?
no, there was some like thing that came up.
Oh,
It might be like a problem with the discovery. Like there was something weird happened.
We could go to 1406. Oh.
I think he's huffing because he's like on the verge of hyperventilating. Like, it's cruel. It's cruel. You know, like, is she going to explain why she
They're
felt
here,
it was necessary?
1625. That Cora and then Lindsay that go down the slide together.
Yeah.
Oh, she went down a water slide. She can't be psychotic.
We can go to 1745.
I just don't get what them showing this, you know, in the months, weeks prior, how it shows whether or not she's criminally responsible in the day and in the second
But the
that
same thing here.
the event happened.
So
Agree
she's able to
completely.
interact with Cora and the others, participate in the activities.
Yeah.
If we could go to 4753, please.
He did, Matthew, except that was at a sidebar. I mean, all Reddington can do is object, right? And then they go up and have the sidebar. They battled this out in motions.
Here.
Yeah.
Is this you and Dawson and Cora entering the pool area?
Yeah.
Lindsay was with Callan at that time, correct?
Yes.
So you were comfortable with her being off in a separate area with Callan while you were with Cora and Dawson that day?
Yeah.
Okay. That's all, thank you. Then move to submit the pod photos and timeline.
Again, let me just see over here just briefly, just so I have that straight.
I mean, is the judge finally like enough? We've seen enough. Like, what are you getting at here? We get it. You think that because she can go down a water slide and she's not walking around like a raving lunatic in the water park, that she can't be psychotic. Like she can't be psychotic. We get it. I think the jury understands it. How long are we going to do this?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like you said. I mean, you once again nailed it. Like what is whatever this is, a month, 2 months, 3 weeks, 2 weeks. Like what does this have to do the day of?
Right.
She's on different medications that are interacting with one another at some point, not well. And I mean,
What I am actually interested to hear, which I don't know if it'll actually make it in, but I would be interested to hear the phone call between her and Patrick. The Commonwealth said it was after the murder, that they talked for 14 seconds in between that and her jumping out the window. So I think that would probably be the only thing that would really give any sort of look into how she really was on that day. But any of this is just like,
right. It's ineffective. All right. So I found the tweet that I wanted to read you guys, or the post. So I had said 4 hours ago, first blush, Judge Sullivan is an excellent judge. I find him to be very relatable. And then David came back. He said, I had a lengthy trial before him a few years ago. You'd be hard pressed to find a better judge, Bob. He was a true trial lawyer with a wealth of experience trying tough cases before taking the bench. He loves and greatly respects the good fight, and said that on the record after the evidence closed in my case. He is universally respected, and he knows the rules of evidence like the back of his hand. So it's high praise.
Yeah, it's good to hear.
Yeah, coming from a lawyer that I respect the hell out of. So I had a good read on him. You can tell a judge's demeanor when they're addressing a jury, like in the beginning. Like it tells you so much about like who they are, how they come off to a juror. Like he doesn't come off as like a pompous, I'm the guy with the black robe, I'm running shit, like, oh, we appreciate you, jury. He's very relatable.
Yeah.
He's very, very relatable.
The exhibit with the guidelines at Sidebah.
All right, pursuant to our discussion, that portion may be admitted.
15 somewhere.
What's that, 15? Okay, thank you.
Sir, directing your attention now to January 16th, 2023. Did you go skiing that day?
Yeah.
And who did you go skiing with?
Cora.
And was it just the two of you?
No, we went with another dad and his son.
Okay. And who was that dad?
Adam Schwabach.
Okay. And was Lindsay home with Callan and Dawson that day when you went skiing with Cora?
Yeah.
Okay. Were there any issues or problems that you're aware of when she was home alone with the kids all day?
No.
And was she able to communicate with you throughout the day?
Yeah.
And how was that communication done?
Texts. I might have called her. I'm not sure.
And do you recall texting each other back and forth photos of you with Cora and the boys at home and what they were doing?
Yeah.
And so she was able to take those photographs and send them to you without any apparent problem, correct?
Correct.
Show you the 3 text messages with the attached photos of you. Thank you. And sir, Are these accurate copies of the text messages with the photos that were sent between yourself and the defendant on January 16th, 2023?
Yes.
If I could move to have these marked as the next 3 exhibits, Your Honor.
They may be admitted.
Exhibits 16, 17, and 18. Mark. And so, showing you the first photo, which was been marked Exhibit 16. Did you start off the conversation by sending the photo of you and Cora skiing?
Yeah.
And showing you Exhibit 17, did Lindsay respond by taking and sending this photo of Dawson?
Yeah.
And then did she respond again, sending you selfie she took of herself and Callan?
Yeah.
And you felt comfortable leaving Callan and Dawson home with her that day?
Yeah.
And why is that?
She seemed to be doing a lot better.
In what ways did she seem to be doing better?
Her mood seemed better. She was more active, and she was able to partake in more things.
She was also going to the gym during that time as well, correct? To the Kingsbury Club?
That sounds right. Yeah.
Were you hopeful at that time that things were getting better?
Yeah.
Did Lindsay's parents visit you the weekend of January 21st through the 22nd?
Yeah.
And whose idea was that? Do you recall?
I think it was theirs. I think they were just coming to visit to say hi.
Okay. And what did you guys do that weekend?
We just hung out and went to a friend's house on Sunday. They left after we got back from there.
And whose friend's house did you go to that Sunday?
The Carneys.
Carneys, okay. And who went to the Carneys?
Lindsay, myself, Dawson, and Cora.
And what did you do there?
There was a fire, and I think we roasted marshmallows or something like that.
Okay. And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
She was quieter that day. So, I mean, that was the extent of it.
Was she able to interact with the Carneys?
Yeah, but she's quiet.
Okay. And you said you returned home and then her parents left?
Yeah.
Do you recall Lindsay and her mom taking a picture together that weekend?
Yeah.
Is this that photo?
Yeah, that's it.
You could have this marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 19. And Lindsay seemed to be doing better that weekend, correct?
Overall, yeah.
Were you aware that her mother had sent her a text saying something to the effect of, "I'm glad you're doing so much better"?
I became aware of that later, yeah.
And just showing in Exhibit 19. And I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't mark the still photo from the Museum of Science. If we could have that as the next exhibit.
Sure.
Exhibit 20. Thank you. That Monday, after her parents had gone home to Connecticut, so Monday the 23rd of January, did Cora and Dawson go to school?
Yeah.
And do you recall Lindsay picking them up that afternoon?
Yeah.
When Lindsay returned home with Cora and Dawson, did she discuss with you that Cora was having some stomach issues at school?
Yeah.
And were you familiar with the stomach issues that Cora had been having?
Yeah.
And did you have an idea of what was causing those stomach issues?
Yeah, it wasn't unusual. She was embarrassed to go to the bathroom at school, so she just held it all day.
Okay. And so this was a common occurrence?
Yeah.
And were you aware that Cora had her 5-year physical scheduled for the next day, Tuesday, the 24th?
No, I didn't know that was already scheduled. I thought she called it in and set it up. So yeah, it's news to me.
Okay. So would it have been Lindsay who would make those kinds of appointments, the physicals and all of that?
She usually handled that, yeah.
Okay. And going to Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, were you working that day?
I'm sorry, you said on the 24th?
Yes, Tuesday,
Yeah.
the 24th.
Yeah.
That morning was Cora's doctor's appointment at 8 a.m.?
Yeah.
And who took her to the doctor's appointment?
Lindsay.
And did anyone have to go with her, or did she drive herself and Cora there?
It's just Lindsay and Cora.
And you were home with the boys, is that right?
Yeah.
And while you're with the boys and Lindsay's with Cora at the doctor's, are you sending text messages and photos back and forth?
Yeah.
And why did you send a photo of Dawson to Lindsay that morning?
Because he dressed himself completely for the first time.
And he was excited about that?
Yeah.
And did she respond back with a photo of Cora?
Yeah.
Are these the photos you sent back and forth?
Yeah.
I could have the photo of Dawson as the next exhibit and the photo of Cora as the following.
All right, they may be admitted.
Is 21 and 22 somewhere? Publishing these. Exhibit 21. And exhibit 22. And while you were texting with Lindsay back and forth, were you able to understand her text messages?
Yeah.
Did she seem to understand yours in response?
Yes.
Did she return home?
Yes.
And do you recall around what time she got home that morning?
8:30.
And once she got home, what did you do?
I think I got ready for work.
And while you were downstairs working in your office, do you know what Lindsay and the kids were doing?
They built a snowman and they did some art projects.
And how did you know this was happening?
She texted me a picture.
So Lindsay was continuing to text you and send you photographs throughout that day?
Yeah, and I went up to say hi at one point.
Okay. First, I just want to show you the text messages back and forth. The text being on the right-hand side. If you want to look through there and just see if you recognize the messages going back and forth between you and Lindsay that morning. That day.
Right. This says activity sensor.
Excuse me?
I think this is something else.
Let's see. So starting at 7 a.m. on the 24th, and we go to 8:17 a.m. This is the photo you sent of Dawson, and then the replies going to 8:18 a.m. Is this the reply from Lindsay? And then throughout the day, just messages back and forth, up to the point. Page 940, where Lindsay's sending you the photos of the kids in the snow. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. We could have the text messages marked as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
Exhibit 23. And just look at one photo. Is this one of the photos you sent? We could have a photograph marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 24. How often do you think or do you remember going upstairs that day to interact with Lindsay and the kids?
Once or twice. It was a busier day than usual.
And when you did come up to interact with them, how was Lindsay's mood?
She seemed happy.
Happy? And how could you tell that? What was she doing?
She was playing with the kids, and
she tell you she was having suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did she tell you she was having thoughts of harming the kids?
No.
Did she ask for help or anything that caused concern?
No, she was having one of her best days.
One of her best days? No. I want to direct your attention to 4:53 p.m. that day. Did you receive a text from Lindsay about dinner?
Yeah.
And do you recall what it said?
Something along the lines of, do you want to get takeout? I haven't planned anything.
Do you recall it saying, any chance you want to do takeout from 3V? I didn't cook anything. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
Had you been to 3V restaurant previously?
Yeah.
Alone or with the family?
With the family.
And approximately how many times had you been there to eat?
Probably 3 times.
And so you had all gotten in the car and driven from your home to 3V restaurant in Plymouth approximately 3 times?
Yeah, sometimes we were already out somewhere, but yeah.
Okay, but been there 3 times. Yeah. Had you ever done takeout from there before?
No.
Where would you typically do takeout when you were going to do takeout at home?
The Chestnut Grill. I think another one was West End Grill.
Were those closer than 3V to your home?
Yeah.
So Lindsay suggested 3V and you agreed, is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. Did she send you another text at 4:56 p.m. asking you to take a look at the menu?
Yeah.
And did you send a text at 5:06 p.m. About Callan?
Yeah, I asked if he had taken a nap.
And did she respond?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
That it was a shorter nap and he was awake.
Okay. And at that time, did you also send a separate text asking what she was getting at 3V?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
I don't remember what she ordered.
Do you recall a Mediterranean Power Bowl?
Yeah, that sounds right.
And did she ask you what you were getting?
Yeah.
And at 5:08 p.m., did you respond?
Yeah.
And what did you tell her?
I forget what it was.
Do you recall scallop and pork belly risotto?
Yeah.
That was it?
Yep.
Who called in the order to 3V?
Lindsay.
Once the order was placed, what did you do?
I came upstairs. I took Callan for a minute, and then I rocked him by my knees, kissed Cora on the head, and I said, I'll be right back.
And what was Dawson doing when you were leaving?
He was eating chicken nuggets on the couch.
And do you recall if he was using a bowl or a plate?
It was a bowl.
Do you remember what the defendant's, well, first of all, where was the defendant seated when you left the house, or was she seated?
She was standing in the
And where
doorway.
was she?
In the doorway of the living room.
And was that the doorway by the front door or the doorway by the basement door?
This doorway by the basement door.
Okay. And did she have Callan, or where was Callan?
She had Callan.
Okay. And what was her demeanor?
Normal.
Counsel, could I see both sidebar here?
It's rough.
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine being him. I actually read it starts right away with trials. It's like, I know you haven't watched many trials, but it's always, I started seeing the posts on X. Oh, he's not showing any emotion. Like in the beginning, I'm like, at the time that she started showing the pictures, the guy was like hyperventilating. He was like on the verge of a panic. You could hear it. Like, is there some part of people that think that this guy isn't absolutely destroyed?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't give a shit if he got married again. I mean, psychologically, you'd probably be trying to do everything in your power
Move on.
to move on, to do anything you can.
Sense of normality.
All right.
Yeah.
Members of the jury, we're going to break at this point for the day. All right. So what we're going to do is I'm going to excuse you till Wednesday morning. All right. So you don't have to come in here tomorrow. Just remind you, I'm going to ask those same questions I asked you this morning, whether or not you did any research or you saw anything that would affect your ability to remain fair and impartial. You have to still keep an open mind. So don't do any research. Don't talk about this case with anyone. Don't go online, look at anything. Don't take any road trips. And we will see you on Wednesday morning. Same with the same instructions that you got from the officers in regards to that. So again, thank you so much for your time and your effort. And I'll see you on Wednesday. Okay.
All rise. Jurors, please, on your chairs. Follow me.
You're all set. All right.
Let's see if they may argue something here. Maybe.
Jurors of excellent court, this court's in session, please be seated.
Counsel, anything else we need to address before Wednesday?
I'm not sure if you want to discuss the view.
Oh, yeah, let me see, Counsel, over here.
So, all right, as you guys heard, no court tomorrow. It's a lucky break for Allie and I. I'm going to try to talk this kid into keeping on. You know what would really help? Would really motivate her. I'm talking to the people.
Oh.
You know what would really help? We've been putting Cam's Venmo up, our poor little starving college student. Have you gotten any Venmos yet?
I I don't know if Venmos like pop onto your home screen, but
I usually get a notification, but I have them on. You should
yeah, I
check
don't.
your Venmo. Show her a little love. Show her a little love. That would be a great motivator for her to her own Venmo. That is her Venmo. I don't touch her money. I just give her money all the time. So they're going to be wrapping this, and I know you've got some plans. So you know, I'm your biggest fan.
I do
I
know
just,
that.
you blow my mind. So proud of you. I love you so much. Everything you do, everything you say, just makes my heart swell with pride. Just an amazing human being.
Well,
The world got to see it.
I appreciate you
Well,
trusting
you should
me with
definitely.
this.
It was a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. I've been trying to drag you screaming and clawing into the family business for 2 years. So I just, you know, but this is different. This is different. You know, Cameron's made some great content for us. She made a bunch of shorts. She did that great little ASAP Stick Man short that I loved. She actually used that particular short she made in her application to Columbia. You know, she's just a brilliant, brilliant person. And she's got all the best traits of Allison and I. You know, you always hope when you have kids that they're going to be a better version of yourself. And I feel extremely confident that you're that. You know,
Thanks, Dad.
You're an amazing, amazing kid. So give her some love. Send her some benefits.
I want to thank everyone. And so we're going to be in recess on this matter until Wednesday at 9 a.m. All right, so we'll be in recess.
Court, all rise.
There was actually they out.
Yeah,
There was
done.
actually one thing I wanted to ask you before they continued with the direct, but I wanted to know what you thought about I don't know if you saw this part of the direct examination, because I think that you might have been going through the airport or whatnot, but what do you think about the fact that Lindsay had talked to Patrick over a month before the murders about the fact that she had intrusive thoughts, like specifically regarding the children?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to come out full throat when the defense puts their experts on, and I know that they have three expert witnesses as far as the lack of criminal responsibility aspect of the case, which is the heart of the case. It's like where the entire fight is. And I think that we'll probably get that fleshed out, because there were the Commonwealth, if you look back, and I know that you weren't following it early on, but early on in the case, it may have even been, I can't remember if it was a press conference or what it was, but there was this concept that the Commonwealth was putting out to the public that Lindsay had never said anything like that to him, that he had no idea, that she had never mentioned that she had suicidal and or homicidal ideations, which, if you are familiar with how pharmaceuticals work and the concept of suicidal and homicidal ideations go hand in hand, they're almost indecipherable. And so they came out and put it out there as if the first time he ever heard about her hearing the voice was after the fact. And I think he may have even said something to that effect. But the reality of the situation is that they were on notice somewhat. The problem is that because it was misdiagnosed, because they didn't nail the diagnosis until it was really too late, in terms of what was going on with her is that the family couldn't properly be warned as to just how dangerous she was. Because a lot of people, you'll see people commenting everywhere on social media, well, how could Patrick have left her alone even for a 9-minute drive each way? If like he knew that she was that dangerous, if she was in that state of mind, this thing was fluctuating, and again, the problem is that when she's misdiagnosed and she's reporting all this, and we're going to hear it, we're going to hear it from the providers. This is all going to be coming into evidence. When they don't make a proper diagnosis and they don't understand fully what's going on with her, how are they going to warn the family? They're like, look, like she's got to be institutionalized until she's like through this thing. Like it never got there. You know what I'm saying? It was a situation wherein she was still living in the house, and she's fighting through this thing and she's losing. I mean, it's that thing where, either you're controlling your mind or your mind is controlling you. And she was very much the latter. I mean, her mind, she had no control over it. It's like, you'll see it with certain drugs and then obviously with mental illness, wherein you just cannot separate reality from fiction in terms of what's going on in your mind. And that was where she was. She had no concept of what was real and what wasn't. It's like a disassociation. It's like you're doing things, but you feel like you're not even there. It's like not you doing it. You know what I mean? It's like you're gone. It's like your body's making movements, and this whole concept that the state just keeps trying to like just pouring over the jury with this concept that because, again, she wasn't frothing at the mouth and acting like some kind of lunatic at all times, that, well, clearly she wasn't psychotic. They're literally sitting here and misrepresenting what psychosis is to the jury. It's so disingenuous.
Yeah.
And what it does is it lines up, like, clearly they're going to put an expert on that's going to say, okay, well, if she's able to function in any normal way during the course of a day, well, in my estimation, she can't be psychotic. They clearly must have some quack doctor that's going to get on the stand and say that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So,
And I was thinking the same when the prosecutor was showing, all the medications that she was prescribed, and she was saying, there's this, Zoloft that hasn't been taken or whatever.
right.
And it's like she's putting all that out there in front of the jury while they haven't seen a medical expert that's telling them what those medications are doing.
Right.
So it's like you're making it seem like, and then for one of them, he was like, what even is that? And she was like, oh, it's like a Benadryl. So it's like you're presenting a Zoloft and then you're presenting a Benadryl and asking him at the same time, why isn't she taking this and this? And it's like the jurors, and me too, because I don't know that much about, medications. It's
Right.
like, it doesn't have any substance, because it's like, we don't know
Right.
what it
And
is that it's
same,
supposed
like,
to be doing.
I'm 56 and I've never taken any of these drugs ever. I've never been prescribed anything. Like I'm completely unfamiliar with pharmaceuticals. Like, thankfully, I haven't needed them. And, I've always been apprehensive anyway, and it's like those situations where somebody was posting this, and I think it kind of came up on Reddit, and there was this guy, I think his name's Chad Doerman, and he had shot his 3 kids. And this is pretty recently. Same thing. He was diagnosed. He had severe mental illness, and they were making this comparison with how he was treated because everybody was outraged with him, and there's a much greater amount of sympathy for Lindsay, so they're like, oh, well, what is the difference here? What do you, and I'm like, All right. Well, the question that needs to be asked is, was he diagnosed, say, with paranoid schizophrenia, and which they have medication that can control? I mean, your mom and I went to law school with a girl who was a paranoid schizophrenic who had an episode like when she was a 1L at a restaurant right across the street because she thought that people were chasing her and trying to kill her. Like everywhere she went, it was like she thought that people were after her, and it was real for her. There was nothing about it that wasn't absolutely real. And and then this incident happens, and she admitted that she was off her meds, because what happens is that people, because the meds really do affect you, like fundamentally, they make you feel not like you are normally. Like you're feeling like a different person. You lose portions of your personality. Like you're too young to remember, Aunt Lauren's first husband, but he had he had a mental illness. And when they put him on the medications, man, I mean, he was like a zombie. It was like every part of his personality was gone. It was shocking. It was like shocking to see. And, you have this problem where, people that are on the meds, and then they start to feel normal-ish, and then they think that they're better.
Yeah.
So what they do is they stop taking the meds. So I need to know if Chad Dowerman, or Dowerman, however you pronounce his name, like, was he prescribed something and not taking his script? And then he slipped back into whatever he had, whether it was paranoid schizophrenia, I don't know. So it's like you're comparing apples and oranges. This is a situation where you've got a woman who knows she's in postpartum depression. She doesn't know that she's onset bipolar because they misdiagnosed her early on. Like, people that I know that are in that field are like, okay, well, as soon as if the treaters would have done the proper diagnosis and asked the right questions initially with her second pregnancy, when she had postpartum depression and she had those manic episodes, like with the exercising and running the marathon, like all this shit, she was like way manic. They would have known that Zoloft was like absolutely the wrong thing to prescribe to her, but they didn't know that, and they didn't look into it. So, ultimately, I mean, it's going to play itself out at that point. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm planning on flying out, but I'm coming out for the defense's case in chief, because that's where this case lives. I know after today exactly where the state's going with this thing. So, like, I want to be in the courtroom, and hopefully maybe you'll stream with mom, because I'll give like in court stuff, and I'll try to talk to people and do what I do with my man on the street stuff. Yeah. But it's I don't know. It's just, we'll see it play out. I mean, right now we're so early in the case. They're literally just at this point openings, and then we've got Patrick, and she's just trying to again wring the pathos out of the entire situation, making the jury feel a certain way, and it's going to, like, that is always going to be effective. Whether she's crossed a line for them, you don't know. But in terms of them kind of like being able to put on their case, as defense attorneys, we always are telling the jury, please just wait. It's like, that's the advantage the state has. They go first. People make decisions early on. Some people make decisions during openings. Some people make decisions completely as to where they're at with the case during the defense, or during the state's case in chief. Like, they've already decided. They won't wait until we put on our defense, which is always the challenge. And here I hope that they've heard enough, and Kevin's going to be able to develop what the defense and where it's going through his cross examinations. So they're going to have an idea, and they're going to want to hear exactly what you were talking about. Like, I'm not familiar. Like, that's why you hire experts to come in,
right? 100%.
To teach you. Like, I mean, I'm sitting in the jury. I don't know. Like, I have no idea. Educate me. Like, is what you're providing me educating me? Yes, thank you. Now I know something I didn't know, and I can use that in terms of reaching the decision that I need to make. So, yeah, it's a lot. So, all right, I know that I'll go through all the supers. I suggest you jump on my Twitter people are raving about you online. And I mean, like, I'm not exaggerating. I'm talking like hundreds and hundreds of comments. Like, you got some fans out there, kid, and it's well deserved because you're amazing and you just crushed it today. So I just like, I know I keep saying the same thing, but it's because I can't even with you. You're just amazing. I'm in awe of you. So proud of you. You did I know there were other channels. I will put what you did today up against any channel, LawTuber or not. So there's that. All right. I love you. I
love you too.
I'll cut you off so you can go do what you're going to do. You should tell Hunter he needs to go watch his girl and what she did today while she was killing some time, because he needs to see exactly what he's dealing with my girl. All right. I love you, baby.
Will. I love you too. I don't have a Twitter, but I'll look, but I can't. I have some like user account or something. So
yeah, I've seen you flip on there. All right, so say goodbye to the people and then you're done.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much. I knew it would be a warm welcome because of how great you guys are to my parents, but I really appreciate, again, how welcoming you all were. And it was really fun. I was a little nervous, but it ended up being really fun. And I appreciate all of you. And whatever, something about an old guy talking to something. All right. Love you.
I love you too. All right.
Bye.
Bye. All right. There she goes. My heart. She's amazing. She's amazing. So let me run through these puppies here and see what we got in terms of. Oh, wait. Oh, I hope she didn't end the stream. Wait, we don't want to end the stream now. Turn that off. Go away. All right. I got a lot of supers to go through. All right. Julie, thank you for the 10. Good morning, beautiful Cam. So glad to be with you. Hit the like and give Cam some love. We had a nice audience in here. We did. We had close to 2,000 right now. So I really appreciate it. And again, if you didn't get to experience my daughter and her awesomeness, go back, watch some of it. And if you want to kind of get the vibe of what she's all about, you can skip past the openings, and that's where she got some real time to stretch her legs out and give you some thoughts about what she thinks. And in her perspective, accurately is that of a potential juror. So, I think that you'll enjoy what she has to say, and I think that you'll appreciate what she has to say. So thank you so much, Julie. We appreciate it. Proud mom of 2 girls, 30 joules. Thank you so much. Simpin' Ain't Easy, ESQ, 2 joules. Appreciate you so much. Nursing the Truth, 350 joules. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Simpin' Ain't Easy came back. ESQ. I'm assuming you're a lawyer. Yes, counselor. I appreciate your joules there. Good Praxis, 500 joules. Thank you so very much. Music to My Soul, who we love so very much. I'm curious which parent you're more like. Can you please shout petitioning activity, which I know Cam was able to do. It's pretty close to Allie. There's no question about that. Thanks so much, music. We always appreciate you. Me, I gave 200 joules. I was seeing what the whole joule thing was about. Scorpio Moon, 100 joules. Thank you so much. Hope came through. Thank you, Cameron. Family hug. XOXO. Thank you so much. Shelly, did Cameron give you she know? I told her you got to give family hugs. Family hug. Welcome. Thank you. We really appreciate new members. PJ on the record, 30 joules. Thank you so much. Good Praxis, 10 joules. Thank you. Good Praxis came back with another 30 joules. Thank you so much. EJ, 10 joules. We appreciate that. Resist Impulse. Tough to do. Tech Wizardry Mantle has been passed on. I think she probably did a lot better than I did. And I gave her the StreamYard tutorial last night, at midnight, before we were going to bed. So she did pretty well. She's a quick study, my kid. Thanks, Resist. We appreciate you. Lily B, hey, Cameron, you're doing great. Everyone throw their money at Cameron today. I agree. Everybody Venmo the kid. Venmo. That was a big deal to come on for us. I'm just beyond with her. Do you need me to do it? No, I'm good. She's a starving student. LOL.
5 minutes.
What?
Like Nick needs that in 5 minutes.
Well, you're eating up my time by standing there. This one, look at her. See, she's amazing back there. But thank you so much, Lily B. I appreciate it, and I echo your sentiment. Erica Hughes says, what are you studying in college? Film school. I think she probably got to that. Excited for you to be our host today. You're going to do great. Thank you so much for your generosity, Erica. We really appreciate that. Resist came back, a BF appearance later for Mirror Mantra or Matrimonial Banter. I don't know where Hunter was today. He's 7 foot, Cameron's boyfriend, and Cam's like 5'5". She's like taller than Allie. Allie's a little one. And Hunter is 7 feet, like legit 7 feet. It's unbelievable. He's like the tallest dude I've ever seen, like in real life, up close. It's like, hey, what's up, man? It's crazy. Super nice guy, though. Incredibly nice guy. And you know, I'm protective of my daughter, as you can imagine. Thank you, Farmer, 1,000 joules. Thank you very much. Becky Holland, 30 joules. Thank you so much. Boris C143 gifted 5 DD podcast memberships. Thank you, Boris. We always appreciate that. And I'm sure the people that were the beneficiaries of that were very thankful as well. So thank you, thank you, thank you. L Train with 200 joules. Thank you. Boris came back with another 5 DD podcast memberships. Thank you so much. Lady Jane, 2 joules. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Green-Eyed Lass, 2 joules. Thank you so much. TNT, thank you for the flow state, 200 joules. And then Resist came back, killing her kids because of controlling personality is a weak argument. If they continue banging that drum, it may harden a juror against prosecutor's theory, 100%. And I saw somebody ask in chat, and I had highlighted it. I think that this case is like, unfortunately, ripe for a hung jury. I just do. Like you're going to get the folks like we've been talking about, see things in black and white. She did the worst thing imaginable. She's got to go. She's got to go, you know, and there's no changing their minds. And then you're going to have the folks that are like, yeah, I hear you. Like it's the worst thing that I've ever heard of somebody doing, you know, like it's unthinkable. However, I can't hold her criminally responsible because the healthcare industry made her that way. You know, and that's what it's going to boil down to. So I agree with your sentiment there. Amber, 1,000 joules. Thank you so much. Yeah. Goat Trophy, 1,000 joules. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Green-Eyed Lass, 2 more joules. Appreciate that. TN Lake Gal. So Tennessee Lake Gal. I love it. Are you guys covering this every day? We are going to. My daughter had postpartum depression. And that's one of the things that we've asked our community to come forward if they're willing to share, because the judge wouldn't allow, and I agreed with his assessment in terms of why the defense wanted to put on a bunch of real people that have suffered through the things that Lindsay has suffered through, and in order to put them on the stand, it's going to resonate. It would have resonated with jurors, but it did have pitfalls in terms of, you know, oh, well, you know, you went through the same thing, but you didn't do this to your children, did you? So that's like, I can see why, but it's instructive for jurors to hear actual people instead of talking head / experts up there talking about what they know about it, as opposed to people that have experienced it. There's a difference in that. So, but thank you so much for that. We appreciate that. And then Resist came back, for what it's worth. My experience in Little Rock feels like prosecutors are taught to avenge their victim as the client instead of seeking truth on behalf of the state. Well, I agree, but I'd go a step further. I would say what they really care about is convictions. The truth isn't in the mix for them anymore. I don't know that it ever was. Our homie, Joe Flipperhead, lunch money since Bob spent all his on Bears tickets. Bear down. You know it, brother. Thanks, Joe. Always appreciate you, man. And thanks for giving the love on the lives with your clips, man. I always appreciate that very much. Perry 3, 30 joules. Thank you very, very much. Bring the Wine, 350 joules. Thank you so much. Stephanie Dotson, family hug. Welcome to the fam. We love having you here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for becoming a member. Psychometrics, psych PhD student SSRIs can cause mania and bipolar. That's exactly what happened here. That's exactly what happened there. Thank you so much for that. I always appreciate folks in chat that have actual knowledge and experience with things. It's super helpful. Ashley Elizabeth, 1,000 joules. Thank you very much. Lady Jane, member for 14 months. Thank you for being a ride or die. We appreciate that so very much. Stephanie, $6.99 Canadian. I love that this is a family affair. Go Cameron. Great. She crushed it.
I'm going to send it to Nick.
Psychometrics. IMO. Most people appreciate mental health, not illness. Correct. I agree. Anarchy Bite. 10 pounds British, or is that 10 euros? I can never tell. The most scary part is that people who should be educated about Lindsay's problems failed her and are not charged by the CW. It's almost, she would have been better off using Chat GPT and self-medication. I mean, you ain't never lied. It's like, that's kind of the reality of it. Because it's like what Cameron was saying. It's like they turned what she did against her in terms of her trying to get help. They used it as a weapon. They weaponized her trying to get the treatment and said it was all some kind of ploy. It's just a bizarre theory by the state. Thank you so much, Anarchy. We appreciate you. Cigarette Hush, it's always great to see you. Great to be, I'll get ready to be disgusted by the CW again. Girl, you ain't never lied. Thanks for being a ride or die. We appreciate you, Cigarette. Jenny H, member for 10 months. Cameron, you're doing a great job. Thank you for stepping in. Thank you. Thank you. CM Iowa. There you go. 1,000 joules. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Just Heidi, 10 joules. Thank you, Ben. Another 10 from Just Heidi. Appreciate that. Danielle with 1,000. Thank you. Luna, family hug, new member. Kitten Pusher, thanks for the insightful commentary. $5 solid. Thank you, Kitten. We appreciate the support. We really do. Massachusetts Sea Glass, member for 3 months. Family hugs. Most definitely. True Crime, Sam, 2 joules. Thank you very much. Duncan, Idaho, first child was born in April. Seeing anything about this trial affects me differently now in ways I can't explain. Seeing the haunted look in the defendant's eyes and the pictures of the kids, I can't think of a worse hell. 100%. Our friend who were celebrating her birthday this weekend, they just had a baby, and she's like, I can't with this trial because, I mean, their baby's 6 months old. So she was like, I can't even. So thank you so much for that. The young Cryford, 440 joules. Uncle Alert, thank you so much. Young Cryford came back with another 550. Appreciate you, Cryford. Truly. Another 10 from the Cryford coming in hot with all the jewels. One of our Ride or Die mods, Afton, gifted 5 DD podcast memberships. Thank you so much. Mrs. Jägermeister, another 5 DD podcast memberships. Thank you for everybody for help growing the fam. We really, really appreciate that so very much. Brooklyn Williams, family hug. Welcome. We love having you here. Hopefully you'll stay. Tell your friends, tell your neighbors. And then Allison with $10. Yep, Cameron is a keeper. By the way, re-listened to ASAP Rocky last few days. I'd find it shocking if Lewin was not committed in the past. Agree. And then Holly was who I had marked that. Do you believe it will be a hung jury? I think there's a pretty damn good likelihood that there will be. It's a great question. Nurse Mandy, member for 4 months. This prosecutor definitely doesn't have kids. Seems awful tone deaf. That's for sure. And thank you so much, Nurse Mandy, for being a member. Ritzy one just tuned in a bit ago. Love you, Bob and Allie, but this is Cameron's show now. More shows with Cameron, please. I'm all for it. Let me put that on the record. I am all about it. I am 100% all about it. I'd love for her to do a show with me, like the father-daughter show. It doesn't even have to be true crime. Like I'll go into her world and talk about shit she loves. But thank you so much for that. We really, really appreciate your generosity, Ritzy. Loves to run, new member. Family hug. Welcome. We appreciate you becoming a member and joining the family. Nurse Mandy, $5. High and low sounds symptomatic of mental illness. It sounds like she was doing the best She could. I love her attorney. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Kevin. I don't care who he's represented in the past. It makes no difference to me. I care about what he's doing in this trial for this issue, for that client. That's what I care about. Gene Nate, 200 joules. Thank you very much. OG Feisty Cooter. Remember, for 19 months, the Mottas are the best. You are. Thank you so much for your constant support. 19 months is a hell of a run. Sarah Ritchie, $10. Here we go. The reach. Freaking sickening. I mean, we're going to hear it. It's their whole thing. Their whole thing is going to be tough to stomach, you know, unless you're, again, one of those folks that's like, she did it. We know she did it. Bye. Take care. I don't care. I don't care about anything. I don't care about anything else that was going on. I don't care about what you're saying was going on with her. I don't care. She did it. Take care. We'll see you. Never. So, Eileen, thank you for the 440 joules. This nasty Greek votes, 440 joules. Thank you very much. Selena K, first time for me watching the trial on your channel. I'm really enjoying it, and I love the chat. It's kind, and we can voice our different opinions. 100%. We are no echo chamber. And you got my daughter. Like, it's usually me and Allie. So, like, speaks volumes about how awesome Cam was. So thank you so much. We really appreciate that, Selena, and we hope we see you back every day. Anna Strauss, new member. Oh, family hug. Welcome, welcome, welcome. IC Ducks, 10 joules. Thank you so much. RMS, Mass Injustice, 440 joules. Thank you so much. Girl Ryan, 750 joules. Let him cook. Appreciate you. Robin loves Mike forever. Sweet. 200 joules. Tell Mike we said what's up. And then we've got Jadzia Dax, member for 17 months, first time seeing Cam on the channel, and I'm seriously impressed. She's very eloquent and inherited the brains of both Allie and Bob, and Allie's looks, indeed. You're every right. You've every right to be proud parent. I am a dad, specifically. Yeah, I'm over the moon. Kid's the best. Jen Toxic, member for 18 months. The prosecutor was a meanie. She's just like, I don't know that she's a meanie. She's just like, I'm having a hard time stomach the way that they're approaching this case. At For Dread, oh, hugs, $2. Appreciate you. Kells, M2, new member. Oh, family hug. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 10 joules from Corn Pope. Appreciate you. E-Chase, 10 joules. Appreciate you. Corn Pope back with another 300 joules. Girl power, indeed. 100%. Angela, appreciate the 750. Let him cook. And then finally, Eileen with 400 joules. We appreciate you so very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 100 times over. And I did get some Venmos my way. Let's see. I want to give you guys the love because you deserve it. All right. So we've got our daily Venmo angel, Kim. Great job, Cameron. Thank you so much, Kim. Appreciate you very, very much, as always. Ryan Woolridge. Oh, geez, Ryan, I'm sorry. I just doxed the hell out of you. Ryan sent 25 and said, for Bob, you and Allie have done an incredible job raising your daughter. She's killing it. You hopping on and immediately praise her and telling her how proud you are as someone who has a 2-year-old daughter. It melted my heart. Keep up the great work. Oh, man. Thanks, Ryan. That's a really sweet message, man. And I'm sure you're going to be an amazing father, and I'm sure you are an amazing father. You know, if you're getting all the feels from that, you're the right type of dude to be dadding. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. For Cam, who's doing an amazing job, I know you and Allie are so proud. That came from Tracy, and that was 20. Thank you so much, Tracy. And trust me, like Cam will be getting the cash. Holly Ann, $10. Thank you for sharing Cam with us today. She is incredible. Thank you, Holly, for that 10 on Venmo. We really, really appreciate that. And then Kathleen sent 20 for your sweet daughter. Such an amazing job on the Clancy case. Thank you so much, Kathleen. We really appreciate that very, very much. And then Stephanie Ann, 1962, $10 solid. Great show. Thanks, Bob and Allie. Thank you so much, Stephanie. We appreciate you always. And then Jen sent 5. Great work, Allie and Bob, on the live. Judge Gilday has cooked. Congrats on 70Ks also. Oh, I must have slipped into the last day. What is today? 25th? I don't know. Is today? Oh no, today's the 27th. Jesus, it's all a blur. All right, y'all. That'll do it. Thank you guys so much for your generosity. We always appreciate that from the bottom of our hearts. To Cameron, my amazing daughter, thank you for carrying the gauntlet today. You did an amazing job. I couldn't be more proud of you. You're an asset to the world, and I'm glad that other people today got to experience the awesomeness that is you. So, can you seriously?
All right. Tell everyone we love them. Bye.
Ugh. Like I don't like that. Is not my vibe. I hate when she does that. It's like I'm wrapping up anyway, and she comes in and does that. All right, mods, I love you. Tracy, thank you so much for hanging in the background with Cameron. Thank you so much for FaceTiming so that we could hear the actual openings. It was amazing. Like we were literally on the phone on FaceTime with Tracy listening to the openings. It was such a cool thing to do. So, we love you from the bottom of our hearts. And to all you guys, whether you're old or new, we hope you enjoyed the show. I hope you enjoyed our daughter. And I hope that you'll be back on Wednesday because we are streaming this whole thing. We're not picking days and, we're doing the whole damn thing because I think it's that important of a trial. I think we're the best channel that will be covering it. You're talking about two defense attorneys that have been doing it for 2 decades. We just have a different take on things. Tell your friends, tell your neighbors. For everybody that subbed today, thank you. If you haven't, please sub before you leave. Make sure you like the stream. If you're so inclined, hype it. I don't know if you can even hype an 8-hour live, but if you can, do it. But like, share, subscribe. Again, tell your friends, tell your neighbors. We love you guys so very much because without you, I'd literally just be an old man with a really kick-ass daughter.